Alrighty, I guess we shall see as to what all is functioning and what all is not. Looks like everything's functioning, which means we should be all right. Cool. All right, well, without further ado, hello, hello, hello. Welcome back. Nice to see everyone here. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Nate Snyder. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening is my usual catchphrase, and we are going to continue it by saying good morning, good afternoon, good evening. But welcome back to another live stream. This is going to be a really interesting live stream, at least in my opinion, it very well could be. And the main reason for that is because, well, it's not like the previous live streams we've had that were over in April. Because let's be honest here, I mean, we're still in April, but like early April. Early April into, or the late March, early April, that general area. I mean, that stuff was just chaotic. And now, as my, I don't know why that's not working, but that's kind of cool. But now, as my thing is, why is it not working? That is nice. Early April, late March, all that stuff was really active. We had high-end parameters and stuff like that. This is not as much. All right, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is not as big of an event as what we've seen in, late March, early April. So that's the good news. All right. Bad news is we still have threat for severe weather, and that's the reason why we are here, all right? Now, not always am I going to be here for that, although I'm starting to think that the more and more that I look at YouTube's platform, and this is going to be me being transparent with you all, the more and more I see that it is very hard to capitalize in a market into which more and more people are starting to kind of involve themselves with live streaming and meteorology and whatnot. And so I was thinking the other day, and I was like, you know what? I think the only way for my channel to really grow is if I go back to what I was doing way back when. And it's going to kill my body and my mentality. But if performed correctly, we should be able to reach more and more people eventually. So the plan here, all right, is starting in May, we are going to try to live stream every single 5% tornado risk or higher. And how you can be able to tell if the event is significant enough will be based off of the wording of the title and the pictures on the thumbnail, right? So realize that we are probably going to become a lot more active starting in May. I'm going to try and enjoy what's left of this April, especially with my birthday being this past Sunday, which, by the way, absolutely amazing aurora that I got for my birthday. I don't know how that happened, but that aurora was absolutely amazing. All right, but yeah, I mean, we are going to probably, people are saying it's too dark, well then let's make it brighter. There we go, should be better now, right? We are probably going to want to live stream more often, so that way we may be able to reach a larger audience when stuff actually does become kind of bleh. So, yeah, that's kind of my thought process. I know you guys are going to love to see it because, we're going to have a bunch of streams. My other fear with live streaming a bunch is that a lot of people might get bored, which I kind of understand that because usually I live stream the significant events. And now, since I'm going to be changing back to my old roots they're not going to be really significant anymore, or at least tornadic wise. I mean, we're still going to get large hail, we're still going to get damaging winds, but the tornadoes, you know, they may not be as significant with those lower end events. So my fear is that eventually you guys may forget. Of course, you know, that happens, but you know, you guys might forget because it's boring. Sometimes you're like, oh, may not want to do it anymore. But the fact of the matter is that's kind of the general idea of the channel now, and how I'm probably going to view things moving on forward. As long as my motivation continues to stay high, which right now it's not. But if I can just kind of push on through, we should have a good outlook for May. So just wanted to let you guys know about that before we continue. All right, let's get into severe weather here today, shall we? Because let's be honest here, that's what you guys came for. You didn't hear about, you know, come here just to hear about the future of the channel. We want to know about what's happening with the weather. And as my Epic Pen refuses to cooperate with me, we are going to try and figure out why that is. But we're going to have a new thing for Epic Pen to come out. And boom. All right, now it works. We have 2 threats of severe weather here today. You could probably tell we have 2 areas of orange risks here that are in these contours. So we have 2 3 out of 5s on the severe weather scale. And the yellow is a 2 out of 5, and the green is a 1 out of 5. Now, you also notice that one has a giant red box and the other one has a yellow box. And these are the 2 different watches that we have in effect as of this moment. We have our tornado watch, which is just the southern portions. It's actually south of the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. So believe it or not, earlier on in the day, if you saw on my Twitter, you saw that Dallas-Fort Worth was originally in the risk for severe weather. And what has happened is that through this morning into this afternoon, we've actually had some showers and thunderstorms that have moved on through the area, and it has actually used up a lot of the environmental parameters that would be favorable for the said significant weather. So Dallas-Fort Worth, believe it or not, at least if you are north of 20, I believe is what it is, you should be good. You should be good. But if you're south of 20, that's where you're going to want to start to watch out for some stuff. So that is going to be something to note, as we do have, once again, our tornado watch that is south of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, more into the Waco, Killeen, Brownwood, Athens, and the surrounding areas as well. So something to watch out for with that. We also have a 2 out of 5 that extends all the way over into portions of Louisiana. This would probably be more for the damaging winds that'll be overnight, moving on through into tomorrow. Not a major tornado threat beyond that, though. It'll mainly be confined into areas of central Texas and east central Texas. So that would include areas like Austin, College Station, and Lufkin. They could be a part of the area. But the main concern here for the tornadoes here in Texas would have to be in this yellow area. Believe it or not, for my tornado track competition that I have with other meteorologists and forecasters that are trying to, you know, forecast a tornado ahead of time. Mine is over here in Walnut. I believe it's Walnut Springs. Yeah, Walnut Springs, Texas. Mine is actually 2 miles southwest of Walnut Springs, Texas. But that's kind of my area as to where I'm thinking a tornado could potentially be, and strictly probably because of the outflow boundaries and what had happened, similar to what Cole did about a week to a week and a half ago. I don't anticipate anything like Cole here today, by the way. If you guys did not know, there was some significant tornadoes that occluded almost instantly every single time it formed, with the exception of Cole and how it basically rode an outflow boundary and stuff like that. First of all, tracking that event with my friends, I kid you not, it did so much for my mentality. Like, at the moment, when that event was happening, I just really had no motivation whatsoever. And I was just so happy to talk to my friends and just kind of be a little unfiltered. Because when I'm on YouTube, I'm more confined into saying specific things. And it's not really the true me per se in regards to you know, how I act and how I joke with some of my friends, the inside jokes that we have and whatnot. But, you know, of course, some of that stuff is not appropriate for, you know, YouTube and broadcasting and stuff like that. And I'm not saying that that's, you know, when I talk about, you know, that's not being the true me, realistically, it was kind of, you know, this stuff is me, right? But it's a filtered version of me, all right? So I selectively talk about some things compared to just not being, you know, an idiot, right? So that's kind of what I was meaning in that, and I was just feeling so happy about that. So, you know, I know a lot of people got impacted over there south of OKC, and I know, you know, a lot of people may have trust issues with that in regards to my channel, but for me, I needed to do something for me, at least for once, and I felt so much better afterwards. So to all the people who, you know, understand that, thank you so much. But yeah, I don't think it'll be anything similar to what happened the previous week with Cole and Shawnee and stuff like that. Those tornadoes were pretty crazy, or at least the actual characteristics of the tornadoes were very crazy. So just something to note with that. It'll be probably dumbed down, and it might not even, believe it or not, there's a good chance that we may not even see a single tornado until late evening into the overnight hours. I mean, this tornado watch actually expires at 10 Central. And so with that, you know, it's the window of opportunity for tornadoes to form within this environment. I mean, sure, it's 3 o'clock right now, so we have a good 7 hours until it's all over. But compare that to most of the other tornado watches that we've had that usually go on for longer than that. I mean, this window of opportunity realistically is not very large. And even then, with a lot of the stuff that you've heard me talk about before, and we'll talk about even now, with how these storms will materialize through this environment, you know, we have to take into consideration all the different fail modes and stuff like that, which we will get into a little bit later on. But if you were to take anything away from me, all right, with what I was saying about this event, I really do think that areas south of Dallas-Fort Worth is going to be the area to watch. I think areas north of it is not really going to see a whole lot. You might see maybe, you know, a burst of wind. But the thunderstorms that are over here in northeastern Texas really did a humongous dent into the environment north of the yellow and the orange. And I really do believe that the Dallas-Fort Worth area should be pretty good in regards to the rest of the day. But if you're in Granbury, if you're in Brownwood, if you are over in Clifton, Gatesville, Comanche, Waco, Temple, Killeen, and then maybe as far south as Austin, you guys probably should watch out for some severe weather here this evening into this into the beginning of the overnight hours. All right, let's move on through. Let us shift over into the Florida risk, because believe it or not, Florida is it's doing stuff too. I mean, it's not, you know, not as significant as Texas, but Florida in its own right should be paid attention to as well. And because of the fact that we have a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, I mean, you have to now, right? You have to. And so we have a giant severe thunderstorm watch because of it. The reason why it is a severe thunderstorm watch, though, is because the low-level wind shear is garbage. It is garbage. Absolutely garbage. And I will show you guys some evidence here that it is garbage. And you know me, I'm big at evidence. I love trying to support my claims with whatever shenanigans I can find. Here is a vertical wind profile, which is essentially the radar telling us what is, or how strong the winds are with height. So this is kind of a vector plot. And basically how I want you guys to view this is, you see how all these lines kind of get closer and closer into this point right here, to where these circles are circulating, I should say, around the intersections of this line right here and this line right here. So I want you guys to think of this as me standing still. All right, let's kind of visualize it a little bit. If this red line was to go above this dot, that would mean that I would be walking north. If it were to be, you know, to the right over here, the top right, I would be walking northeast, northwest, west, southwest, south, southeast, and east, right? So this is kind of us visualizing where the winds are going. All right, so we see we have winds here at the surface, which are over here. It's moving northwest, then it moves west, then it moves southwest, then it moves west again, and then we get to 1 kilometer. You see that number and then the black dot, right? So that's 1 kilometer above ground level. And then we get to 2 kilometers, which is northeast. We get to 3 kilometers, which is about east-northeast. 4 kilometers, which is almost due east. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Then we see these circles. See this? See these little circles just like that? These little dotted lines? This is actually how strong your winds are as well. And so if you pair it with the fact that you have your line, which tells you in which direction it's moving towards, you also have an idea that, wow, this is how strong the winds are too. So you see we have 10 knots, 20 knots, 30 knots, and then you can go further and further if you look at these numbers over on the side as well. So basically, anything below 30 knots is pretty garbage. At least the winds are. I'm going to circle the 30 knots of wind shear for you all. Your lower level winds, your winds from 0 to 4 kilometers, is garbage. It is terrible. It is abysmal. Which means there's probably a good chance that we're not really going to have anything tornadic. There's just no vorticity. And we can back this up by going to our mesoscale analysis. So we can go over here to our surface vorticity and our 3 cape. And we have a lot of vorticity down south, which is kind of strange. Why is that? Probably because of outflow boundaries, more than likely. Let's see. Let's go to another vertical wind profile, and let's see. Yeah, that's a terrible vertical wind profile. My assumption is probably the slight vorticity from the veering of the winds with height, but it's just not strong enough. You'll get land spouts, water spouts. That's pretty much it. You're not getting anything super significant over there in Florida. But I'll tell you what this does favor. Why is there a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale over there? Large hail. Very large hail. So let's visualize this once again. We're going to visualize it one more time, but in this instance, we are going to visualize a thunderstorm. All right, and to do that, we are going to use our storm over here in Florida. We're going to actually go over to one of these storms, and it's probably best if we go over to the Melbourne radar, and we take a 3D of one of these storms. So let's, why is this? That's right, I can't switch it. Very nice. Let us go to probably this one in Sebastian. It doesn't really matter. We're going to go 3D this storm. We're going to 3D it. There we go. Nice 3D. All right, so now we have our 3D. We are going to go back to our vertical wind profile over here on the side. And I want you guys to kind of partially pay attention to everything up there, up above me. And I want you to pay attention to everything that is over here towards the center part of your screen, right? So realize that a storm has an updraft. It has rising motion at some spot of the thunderstorm, so that way it can generate more rain and it can generate some hail, right? That is how thunderstorms form, because when you have rising motion, you bring that moisture that is from the ground and you bring it up into the sky. And then once it starts to become saturated, once you start to have high values of relative humidity in some spots, it starts to form as precipitation and then it falls right back down, right? So what we have here is we have our updraft that is right here. It starts to rise. It forms as a precipitation in the upper levels of the storm, and then it falls back down, right? Well, contrast to a tornadic thunderstorm, which needs a lot of strong winds at the surface and a lot of veering, this has very weak winds. And so with this, you have a lot of precipitation that is forming, but the winds are not blowing the rain away. It is all just kind of going up in one giant column. All right. So if you have something that's tornadic, usually you would have something that gets pushed away because the winds are stronger. But the winds are not pushing the rain away. It is just kind of rising up in the updraft, just like this. And so you have a lot of rain and hail that is being built up, and then eventually it all just falls back down. But what makes this really significant is that an updraft wants to constantly stay warm. All right, you want constant warm moisture to be supplied into the thunderstorm, and then boom, you continue to get something significant. But if you put in any sort of cold air or cold rain, any sort of that precipitation that falls back down into the updraft, the storm kind of falls apart and it's forced to recycle. This is where the upper levels in the winds come to play. We have weak surface winds, but we have accelerating winds as we start to go aloft, which means that any of the rain and hail that starts to form as the rain starts to go up into the sky then gets pushed off at the top of it, and no cold rain or air falls back down into the updraft, which means this storm will constantly allow itself to continue to build up more and more and more and continue to maintain large hail within the storm. So let's visualize it here with this thunderstorm with the 3D here, right? We have our rain that gets picked up in the updraft, but you see how this juts out just like this right here at the top part of the thunderstorm? Here, let's change the color of our pen so that you can kind of see a little bit better. The rain gets picked up by the updraft, but then it shoots out just like that. You see this little jut out right here at the top part of the thunderstorm? That's your upper level wind shear right there. That's pushing the rain and the hail out in front of it, so that way more moisture and more precipitation can be able to be built in the updraft, and more large hail can form from this thunderstorm. So this is definitely something that is that should be considered. The National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center has taken that into consideration, and because of that, that is the reason why you have your 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Not pretty cool for the people in Florida, all right, because they're going to get some really large hail in some of those spots. Golf ball size, maybe even baseball sized hail is possible. But on the other hand, I mean, just to know the kind of dynamics behind the environment shows that this is very interesting, something that you really don't see a whole lot. So, kind of cool, kind of cool. I also want to mention that this also has a lot of dry air aloft. So it doesn't help that with those dry air particles, hail becomes a lot easier to form within that. And so you are able to get an abundance of hail to fall from a lot of these storms. So it's kind of something interesting. Pretty cool, pretty cool. All right. I gotta get into some of the things that you guys have sent my way, which I really do appreciate. April Rain with a 20 says, happy late 21st birthday. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Tyler Morgan with the 10 months says, good evening, Nate. Hope the stream goes well. They completely cut Dallas out of the 3 out of 5. Yeah, a lot of the storms in the early morning kind of just destabilized, or not destabilized, stabilized the atmosphere over there. And because of that, Dallas-Fort Worth's not in as big of a risk as they were this morning. So that's good news. Well, that's interesting to show. I'll talk about that here in a bit. Becca with the 16 months, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Jasmine with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says happy late birthday. Thank you so much. Mark with the 11, thank you so much. Says happy late birthday. Appreciate that as well. And Tabletop with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says Wilmington, North Carolina, looking like Friday and Sunday. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. Yeah, Friday, definitely. Sunday, it's looking unlikely. I would have actually went down to Chase if it was on Sunday, but it's just kind of not anymore. So, McDaniel with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. Says if you ever need for a live chaser in Illinois, might be available. Not saying go whenever, but I just recently decided to stream for your friends and family. Happy birthday. Well, thank you so much, and I will definitely take that into consideration. If you ever wanted to talk about it and stuff like that, feel free to do so, whether it's on Discord, Twitter, Instagram. If you wanted to talk about it, feel free. But yeah, that's kind of the gist of it. I want to talk about, I can't use Stream Deck. Hold up. I want to try something. Wow. Okay, so I'm just gonna have to redo a lot of this stuff. That's cool. But it's fine. And then we need my face camera. Is there anything else I need? Weather bell? Maybe. Why do I have that as Radar Omega? That doesn't make any sense. Why do I have that as Germany? That doesn't make any sense. I need to organize my stuff. There is definitely some issues. But I fixed it. I fixed all my stuff. That is good. Alright, Fossil Gamers with the 2 says, go to Savannah, Georgia. Well, I don't believe Savannah's doing a whole lot, but I will. Oh, there is a storm. What in the world are you? I probably should move the radar that is over in Jackson over to your area. Or not Jackson, Jacksonville. My brain is melting. Ethan with the 2, thank you so much, says, can you look at the storm northeast of Orlando? Yeah, I'll do that after this one over here in Savannah, because this one in Savannah, this one's got to have a lot of hail with it as well. I mean, we're talking 2.5-inch sized hail, tennis ball sized hail with this storm in Richmond Hill. I mean, this is a pretty significant storm. Fortunately, it looks like it is starting to get further and further away from Populous, which is the good news. But I mean, this is still a pretty strong storm, and if you're over in Keller, Georgia, it is recommended that you guys probably should get indoors with this one. Stay away from windows as well. Do not be outside. So Keller, Georgia, probably are going to want to stay indoors. Stay away from windows as well. But that is a very strong storm. Wow. There's only one severe thunderstorm warning at the moment in Florida, and it's not even a significant severe thunderstorm warning. So I think I want to go back to this storm over here, or this area, I should say, in Texas. And the main reason for that is... Oh, hold up. Anyways. I had to do that. The main reason for that is why I think this area is pretty interesting is if you guys don't mind in looking at this thing right here. See that little line? It's not really a little line, but you see this line that kind of just corners right here? This is an outflow boundary, and this can cause some problems to some people if things go the wrong way. More storms are more than likely going to form along it. That is pretty much a certainty in my honest opinion. And how this interacts with those storms can determine as to whether or not we are going to get our tornadoes. If the outflow boundary ends up being out in front of the storm, kind of like this, so you see we have our big storm that is over here, and then we have our outflow boundary. If it's kind of something like this, then we're not going to get tornadoes. And the reason being for that is because the moisture is coming from the south and it's coming into the storm, but an outflow boundary kind of works as if it's a wall almost. And if you've ever thrown something at a wall, you know that unless if the thing you're throwing at the wall with is pretty heavy and it is stronger than the wall, it usually reflects back. So in this instance, that's the reason why this storm over here near Putnam and Cisco is not tornadic. It's because this outflow boundary is kind of just preventing a lot of that from coming up into its place. If you know what I mean. There's the satellite that I'm looking for. There we go. And I'll tell you what. This is Coleman, Cross Pines, or Plains. I don't see anything off of that. I might need a better satellite, if there is a better satellite. I don't think there is a better satellite. But I mean, it's definitely a pretty hefty outflow boundary, so I guess we'll have to see. All right, so let's do that. So we got that again. So let's go back over to our wide view. And we'll mention this here once again, that we have two different areas, right, of severe weather here today. We have the stuff over here in Texas, and we have the stuff over here in Florida. Now, one's going to be more tornadic. It'll be this one over here in Texas. And one's going to be a bit more hail-oriented, which is going to be this one over here in Florida. So if you're worried about tornadoes moving on through in Florida, it's pretty unlikely. You might have a land spout, a water spout, but besides that, it wouldn't be anything, you know, big. This over here, south of Dallas-Fort Worth, would be the area to watch out for tornadoes, although it doesn't seem to be super significant. It's not going to be like, you know, every single storm is going to produce a tornado, let alone a strong one, although the potential for there to be a strong tornado is possible today. So that's the reason why we're watching the threat for tornadoes over here in Texas. So essentially the two areas to watch for today would be Florida and Texas. If you are not in those states, with the exception of maybe Georgia, maybe Louisiana, you're good today. There's nothing really too big for you guys to deal with. But if you live in those states, expect us to probably talk about it. And when in doubt, assume I'm talking about Texas. That would probably be the way I would view everything. I want to update something here real quickly. There's a severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued, and that would be for Smith County in Texas. I want to take a look at that real quickly because that does include Tyler, if I'm not mistaken. By the way, for everyone who is now finally settled into the chat, I know a lot of people have been saying hi and stuff like that. Hello, hello. Nice to see you all. Nice to see you all after a little bit of a hiatus from myself. I'll tell everyone what I told everyone in the beginning of the stream. I'm probably going to become a lot more active in May. I probably will have more live streams, but that also would mean that we are probably not going to be as consistent in regards to the weather with those live streams. So my live streams may not be all about significant weather anymore. It might just be about the threat for tornadoes. And we'll have to see as to how that all works. Now, how am I going to put that together to tell you guys as to how significant the tornado threat is? I think it might be included down here at the slideshow that's at the bottom. So you guys would probably have to look at that slideshow down below and say that, and it'll probably say the threat for tornadoes today would be this on the scale, right? And so if it's a 2 out of 5, which we're probably going to see a lot of those 2 out of 5s with the streams that we're going to be doing in May, those would be 5% tornado events. They probably wouldn't be super significant. But, we'll stream it anyways because the threat for tornadoes, right? The 3 out of 5s are the stuff that we're dealing with today, okay? So because we have a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale and it is led by tornadoes, then that would be what we are covering. So that's kind of the general idea as to what we are probably going to be doing in the future. Had to say that to someone. Had to DM someone. But anyways, yeah, we have a severe thunderstorm warning here for Tyler. So this is Smith County now, and as well as extreme southeastern Van Zant County and extreme eastern Henderson County. So if you're in those 3 counties here in Texas, you're probably going to want to get indoors and stay away from windows, honestly, because we got some pretty strong storms that are going to be moving through that area. This says 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. I would not be surprised if it was a little bit larger than that. We could be talking about half-dollar-sized hail to maybe even golf ball-sized hail at maximum possible within that storm. So if you're in Tyler, the storm is kind of just meandering its way over towards your area. I would recommend that if you have anything valuable outdoors, such as pets, cars, you bring them into some form of shelter. All right, carport. If you have anything expensive outside, probably want to get that to shelter of some sort as well, because large hail is definitely possible with this thing. So I would watch out for that. I also wouldn't rule out the potential for maybe a little bit of rotation within this storm. But as of right now, it's not anything as of significance for me to say, hey, there's going to be a tornado on the ground. I would think the main areas to watch, or the main parameters to watch from these storms, would be the large hail and the strong damaging winds. So Tyler, Texas, Smith County, heading off in towards the Owentown areas, the Lindale areas from I-20 and south of I-20, towards the southern side of Tyler. We're talking Noonday, New Chapel Hill, and White House. You guys are probably going to want to get indoors and stay away from windows. But specifically Tyler, this seems where the main area the storm is going to move on through. I want to go back to the storm that is over here. This one over here near Cisco is really weird. And I'll tell you guys the reason why. I'll tell you guys the reason why this is weird, right? So we have our outflow boundary that I talked about earlier, right? And for those of you who are new to the stream, you'll see a lot of these on stream sometimes on radar because of the fact that some of these storms will actually create them. And these act kind of like walls. And so whenever you have moisture that comes on through and tries to get towards a storm, if you have an outflow boundary out in front of them, it either channels it to a specific area or it blocks it. And this outflow boundary is blocking a lot of that moisture from getting to the storm over here in Eastland. So there's not really going to be a whole lot of tornadic activity with this storm that is over near Eastland and Mangum, heading in towards the Eastland County area, but we still have to watch out for it regardless because it's severe warned. We got some large hail that's going to be moving on through the area, so watch out for that. What does MDS on GR2 mean? MDS? Gotta think. What is MDS? MDS is not ringing a bell. I'm gonna be honest with you. Living Hope with the 3. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, love you, Nate. Thank you so much. Carolyn with the 20. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, happy belated birthday from Newton, Texas. Thank you for keeping us updated. Thank you for being supportive to the channel. I remember you've been around, and I really do appreciate it. So thank you so much. This storm has had a history of golf ball-sized hail. So that's whack. But yeah, these outflow boundaries are something to watch. And I wonder... Yeah, look at that. So, look at this outflow boundary here as it's moved on through. You see this? You see that right there? So, the outflow boundary is moving further and further south. But something else that's very interesting is that you can't see it, but the outflow boundary also extends to about right here as well. And you can tell it does, or either that or it kind of curls around like this. But you can tell it does because storms are forming off of it. And sometimes storms do. But there is just this outflow boundary that is shutting out a lot of the open warm sector, and because of that, it's kind of really interesting to see. I also want to see, I'm going to pull up my place files. We're going to pull up the METAR plots, the road signs, spotter network, and probably not prop severe. We're going to pull this stuff up because I am very interested in seeing as to what some of the parameters are up here. We're talking 60-degree dew points. You know what? That's not bad. You know, maybe this thing still is in a slightly tornadic environment. I guess we'll have to see. Because to me, it still doesn't look terrible. This actually looks like this could try to become tornadic a little bit later on. But, you know, once again, we still have our outflow boundary, and history states that this outflow boundary usually shuts out a lot of the stuff. So I guess, once again, we will have to see, but... Multi-dimensional scaling analysis? Is that what that is? The more you learn, the more you know. I will say one thing, this storm is pretty insane in regards to its hail. I mean, we're talking some very large hail with this thing. Let's turn on Prob Severe. Let's turn it on just to see how large this hail is according to Prob Severe. About golf ball. So the radar thinks it's over 4-inch size hail, but the algorithm tells me that this is golf ball sized hail within this cell heading towards Mangum. So realistically speaking, you don't want to take a risk with it either way. I mean, this is some really large hail. We're talking Mangum, Carbon, Romney. We're heading into the core of Eastland County, and if you're over in these areas in Eastland County, Texas, you probably are going to want to stay in a sturdy building. Stay away from windows. If you're not in a sturdy building, you're going to want to get into one. So, ChatGPT, that's classic. That is indeed classic. I'm going to pull this up here real quickly on the side. And I don't think I want to look at it anymore. By the way, I appreciate all the people who have been liking up the stream. It really does help. So thank you guys so much for help spread the information. Can I check Tavers, Florida? It's near Orlando. Yeah, that's right. Someone did say check out Orlando. God. Great short-term memory, Nate. Very cool. That storm had split 5 years ago. It's not really too concerning as of this moment. We might see something new with these storms that are heading off towards the Christmas, the Indian River, the Titusville, the Mims, and the Turnball areas. But other than that, it doesn't really look super strong. It is split. You know, I reference this storm over here. You notice how it was all just kind of one giant clump. And then this clump split into two areas. So you had this area over here, and you have this area right here. And I'll go back again. Show you guys once again. This was all one giant clump right there. And then it split. So those storms over there are not really super significant as of this moment. It also could be Tavares. Tavares. So yeah, as of this moment, Orlando and the general area around Orlando is fine. The only area that might see some severe weather is areas east of it, approaching the I-95 corridor. Near Christmas, Mims, Turnball, Geneva, and Indian River. As well as Choluoda. Stuff like that. Stuff like that. I'll pull this up here real quickly. Whack. Huh. The more you know. The more you know. I did not know. Tavares. Yeah, yeah, it's kind of like the hockey name. By the way, I picked the Leafs and the Oilers for the Cup this year, for people who didn't check. That's some whack stuff. We're also going to check some other whack stuff, because Romney might be seeing something here in a bit. I think this might be a good time for me to pull up the camera map, right? I've built the camera map, why don't I use it? Which, by the way, I gotta say. Alright. If you want access to the live camera map, okay, you can do it by going into my Discord server and becoming a Stormtruther. It's own. It's kind of like a YouTube membership, except it's not. It's a Discord. So there's a reason why I don't like the word subscription thrown around sometimes, and it's because subscription can have a different meaning. So on YouTube, when you subscribe, it's free. Okay? When you subscribe in other places, it's not free. You pay money. So it's not, you know, helpful in that sense. But you can subscribe on to my Discord server here, Twist of Fate, and it is $8 a month. $8 a month to become a Stormtruther. We'll give you access to the Google Map. It's got legends on there that you can click. It's recommended that you actually click the legends. And I'll show you guys here what I mean by this camera map, because some of you guys might be new to the channel and you might be thinking, well, what do you mean camera map? This is our camera map in question here. And of course, we're going to fix things a little bit more, but this camera map can be useful, you know, for all sorts of things. We're talking weather, obviously. You know, auroras, so space weather. If you wanted to just see, you know, what it was like outside, you know, any sort of sky camera, just seeing, you know, nice clouds or whatever. There you go. Crime. Not a bad idea. There's been some instances where I've seen police presence on camera, and it's been very useful to see. Earthquakes. You know, if there's a live earthquake, or if there is any sort of stuff that, you know, had damage and whatnot, boom, you have this. And then, you know, whatever other reason you can think of. There's a lot of stuff that's on this camera map. And all this can be available to you for $8 a month. So if you would like to go and purchase a subscription to this camera map, and this is available to anyone, all right? You know, we're not going to just tailor it to just one person and then boom. No, this is available to everyone. If you would like this camera map, join that there. So yeah, make sure that once you create a Discord account, you're gonna get a message from one of our bots that's going to try to verify that you are a person, because there's been a couple instances in the past where we've had people who have created bots that have made issues on our server, and we don't really want that. Where people send too many messages and people can't, you know, talk to each other. And then once you're done with that, you're going to want to go to the rules tab on Discord, and you're going to want to hit that check mark. And then bing, bang, boom, you've done that. And then you can subscribe to the server. Which is pretty nice. Yeah, I am. I am traumatizing a lot of people with their first Discord experience. I apologize. Romney's about to get absolutely pummeled here. Let me move my camera map over and let's see if I have any cameras over there. Not in the middle of nowhere over there. There hasn't really been any cameras that I can find. Do we have any cameras in Florida set up? By the way, I also need to ask, if any of you guys know anyone who knows how to code Python or knows how to code JavaScript, that would be very helpful for our map as well. Well, JavaScript for the map, Python for something else. Something super secret that a couple of my friends are working on right now with me, but I just cannot code Python to save the life of me, so. Very large hail. Very large hail. Approaching Romney, Carbon, and Mangum. So if you are over there in those areas, you need to you need to get indoors and you need to stay away from windows, because my goodness, it is very, very large hail. Is it just me, or did it look like this storm split? Or did it grow immediately upscale? It also is creating its own outflow boundary, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But, you know. Life goes on, apparently. That's a new storm that is over there near Hiko. Oh, there is... Oh, wow, that has some pretty strong rotation on it aloft. Very interesting. Yeah, that storm near Hiko approaching Iredell, that's a new tornado warning. Tyler!
Warning for southeastern Smith County in northeastern Texas.
Well, there you go. Tyler, Texas. There's a new tornado warning for Smith. So if you are in Smith County, you're going to want to probably get into your safe space. That does look like a bit of rotation, a good bit of rotation. So once again, Smith County in Texas, we're talking Tyler, we're talking New Chapel Hill, we're talking Noonday, White House, all the way over here. If you guys live in these areas, you need to get in your safe space right now. I want to do this here real quickly to set something up before I get into the in-depth analysis, because I really should. I really should have this. I don't know why I didn't, but there you go. Yes. All right, so we got that. Got that all set up. So yeah, new tornado warning, Tyler, Texas, New Chapel Hill, Texas, areas north of White House, Texas, here in Smith County. If you're in Smith County, you need to get into your safe space right now. How I view this is very interesting. There is a pretty elongated area of showers and thunderstorms. I'm assuming this is riding along some sort of outflow boundary, if not pseudo boundary, that is moving on through. And at the southern portion of it is this embedded supercell that is kind of marching its way across to the east. And that's the reason why we have a lot more rain in this area here at the storm, contrast to areas north of it. So when you look at this, you kind of think, all right, well, this is probably going to be the main area where weather is going to occur. If you look at the velocities, you see we have that. And if you go aloft with this thing, it looks to be somewhat surface-based. So maybe a quick spin up that could try to develop here within this storm. Would not be surprised as this heads off into the southern side of Tyler. So, Tyler is a pretty large area here in Texas. If you live in Tyler, Texas, we have to re-emphasize this over and over again that you need to get into your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This also seems to be a bit more on the rear side of the storm over here. So this might be a bit more of a bookend vortex. We might have a bit of a bow echo that's trying to surge here. And then we have some spinning on the northern side, which would kind of be more compared to like a whirlpool in a river. And when you get that whirlpooling effect, you can kind of get those quick spin ups that can start to occur. So that's kind of the reason why this has been issued as a tornado warning here on the southern side of Tyler. We'll keep an eye on this very, very closely. But this does have characteristics of it being an embedded supercell within the storm. As I said, might be a bit more of a bow echo. We can kind of see here on the southern side that this has a little bit more of a bowing characteristic on the, the southern side of Tyler. And so when we have a lot of that bowing, we have a lot of very strong winds that are kind of just surging on that southern side and are creating a lot of strong damaging winds, which might be an area to watch for areas over here in White House, Texas. So White House, Texas, New Chapel Hill, those would be probably the areas that I would watch out for the most in regards to the strongest winds. As for the highest tornado threat, definitely southern Tyler, as well as maybe even into the western side of New Chapel Hill. New Chapel Hill definitely should watch out. They're in the tornado warning right now. Of course, we want everyone in the tornado warning to get into a shelter ahead of time. It is always recommended to do that. But, just saying something that's on my mind, right? That's what people are here for, right? They're trying to see what's on my mind in regards to these storms. This looks a bit more like a storm that would kind of spin up briefly and then would start to kind of deteriorate after it passes New Chapel Hill. It might even deteriorate on the approach of New Chapel Hill, but that's just something that we can't really say for certain as of this moment. So it's recommended that Tyler and New Chapel Hill here in Texas get into their safe space now. I want to go back to the storm that is over there near Hico and Iredell, approaching the Walnut Springs area. And we're going to look at this off of the Dallas-Fort Worth radar. This thing has a ZDR arc. All right, this thing right here is a heck of a supercell that is starting to develop right now. And it has rotation aloft. This is the surface tilt right here, or at least not the surface tilt, but this is the tilt that is looking the lowest towards the ground. And this is looking up about 4,500 feet above radar level. So a good bit above, above the ground, a little shy of a mile, but there's a little bit of rotation, just a little teeny smidge. If we go aloft, however, look at this. There is rotation with this. 100% there is rotation with this. You can see a lot of the very strong blues moving towards the radar, the reds moving away, counterclockwise spin, and this is about 11 to 12,000 feet above radar level, so 2 miles above the radar, above the ground, and we're talking about rotation with that storm. So this is going to be something to watch out for. I'm thinking Walnut Springs, I'm thinking Iredell, I'm thinking Morgan, I'm thinking Meridian, probably the areas to watch out for in this area. And believe it or not, something interesting to note, just 2 miles southwest of Walnut Springs was where I actually picked where the highest chance for a tornado was in the tornado track competition here today, where I forecasted with a bunch of other college students, meteorologists, and weather enthusiasts to where a tornado could actually possibly exist. So this isn't far off if this thing does produce a tornado, and we'll definitely have to watch out for it. But Meridian, Copperl, as well as Walnut Springs, might have to be the areas to watch out for as we move on through. And it looks like this thing has taken maybe a bit more of a right turn. Contrast to this storm motion right here. Yeah, it looks like that probably is the case. Yeah, even so, Mark, that is kind of something similar at least. Is Dallas fine as of right now? Yes, Dallas is fine. They're not really in the risk here today. A lot of the stuff is south of Dallas, believe it or not. It looks like it is it looks like it is going to recycle. Huh. And that is a new severe thunderstorm warning for this storm approaching Walnut Springs. It does not have a tornado possible tag on it, but it will get to the Iredell area in about 4:15 and Lake Whitney at about 5:10. So that's something to watch. Yeah, we're going to get a new velocity signature here within the next 15 seconds. Becoming a right mover? I'd say so. I would say it's becoming a right mover. More of a well-defined supercell. We'll see here in the next scan. Within the next 2 seconds. Tornadic-wise, Joe, yes. But left movers become more intense as a hail-producing storm than right movers. That's your new scan, and that tells me that there is some rotation on it. So there is something there. We'll keep an eye on this one. Let's go back to the tornado warning that's over in Tyler. And it looks like what I mentioned earlier probably is what has occurred. We do have an embedded supercell. You can see kind of this little hooking characteristic, but you can also see the line that's jutting out in front of it. Big bow echo. So, a lot of strong damaging winds here on the southern side. As I said, White House, New Chapel Hill here in Texas are probably going to be the areas to watch. Very strong damaging winds on that southern side. But if we're looking over here on the southern side of Tyler, so on the north side of the storm, this is where there probably could be a brief spin up. I'm talking about a very brief spin up. Nothing more than that. Even after that, the rotation is pretty much fell apart. I mean, if we go back a few scans, you can see how strong some of these values were of reds meeting up with these greens and how they were kind of touching right next to each other. And now that's not the case anymore. Those greens and reds have weakened, and we even have grays in the middle, which tells me that it is very broad. Whenever you see gray in the middle of a rotation, you have broad rotation. And may not even be rotation at that point as well. But that's just kind of something to make a note of with this, that we do have still some very strong damaging winds that are going to be associated with this storm. They'll be moving off towards the New Chapel Hill area and eventually Texas Highway 64. So kind of something to watch out for with that. Let's go over to the storm that's over in Eastland, because this thing has supercellular characteristics, but it is probably not the most tornadic in the world. Probably. Ow, my knee. I'll tell you what, this thing's probably got to look really interesting as a 3D. And indeed, I am correct. Wow. My goodness. Look at that. It's a really nice 3D. That is a supercell. What's the vertical wind profile over there? In Abilene. This is the vertical wind profile in Abilene. And it looks very similar to what's over there in Florida. It looks very similar. Remember, this is your winds. Anything that is in that is garbage. And we have garbage surface winds, and then we have winds accelerating as you go aloft. So that's a large hail threat as well. Now, it's not as significant as what's happening in Florida. Go back to the Melbourne radar and you can see. Yeah, look at that. So that's even worse. We have very weak winds at the surface, and then they accelerate rapidly as you go aloft. So, I mean, this is a clinic for large hail here today. I'll tell you what. It is a clinic. But yeah, I mean, this is a heck of a supercell in 3D. And just for people to kind of get a general idea as to what we're looking at, you can see this. That's a giant line. This right here, this open area right here, if I move this around, you can see that there's kind of a lip. There's kind of like rain that's sitting over top of this big mass of air that's on the bottom here, right? So this open area, this cave right in here, is the inflow notch. This is how this thunderstorm is able to pull in moisture, pull in vorticity to be able to try and form or sustain, maybe even produce a tornado. Very large inflow notch, by the way. Gotta say that. Then it gets picked up into the updraft, which just so happens to be right within there, and it pulls it up into the upper portions of the atmosphere. What happens there is the moisture starts to form into rain, which then eventually forms into hail, and it falls straight back down. Now, because the winds are relatively weak here at the surface, your rain is not going to be pushed out of your updraft. If you had very strong winds at the surface, that rain could be pushed out of the updraft and it would fall a lot lower towards the ground, right? But because it's not being pushed out of the updraft, the rain continues to stay, and it goes all the way up. And then because our winds are starting to accelerate with height, they start to get pushed out even further and further aloft, which then eventually comes back down as your rain and your hail. So this is a very interesting thunderstorm. I want to go to KDP. Isosurface. That's pretty nice. Good water. I wanted to try and see if I could find the dendritic growth zone, and I did. believe it or not. This is essentially where your rain and your hail starts to form and starts to come down as such. So that's pretty cool. That is not. So what I'm seeing here with our 3D, let me put it down a little bit more. Actually, what if I put it as storm relative? This tells me that our storm relative flow is elevated. A lot of our moisture is coming in at areas above the surface, which means if there is any rotation that forms, it probably won't reach the ground unless if we had some form of vorticity to spike it. But that is pretty elevated in regards to our storm relative flow, which kind of sucks for the storm. Not for, you know, anything else besides that, which is good. So yeah, that's what we got in Texas. Pretty cool. A lot more storms starting to form across the board now. So coverage is starting to uptick. Let's go back at the cell that's over here in Iredell. And it does look like there is some rotation that is developing with this. It also looks like it's recycling. Did it just occlude? No, I don't want to deal with this again. I don't want to look at this stuff again. I don't want to deal with this again. It didn't occlude. It's just recycling. It's gearing up for the next one. We have old rotation number 1, new rotation number 2. Well, this is a supercell. If we couldn't guess this already, we know now. Where did everyone else go for their picks? For curious. And then I'll go back to weather. People are telling me to look at this cell down south. Yeah, there is a little rotation approaching Valley Mills, but it doesn't seem all too significant at... Oh, never mind. Look at what it's going at the surface. Yeah, that looks very interesting. Yeah, that might be something to watch. It doesn't have... Well, I mean, it does. There's a very strong ZDR column right here. If we go up and tilt, we can see the ZDR continues to maintain, which shows us that that's our updraft. And it goes all the way up to almost 19,000 feet, which is very crazy. Very crazy. Go to Temple Radar. There is... You mean KGRK? I was about to say, that's not Temple's radar, that's Central Texas, but... Let me check to see if this storm over here near Tyler's doing anything, and if it's not, then I'll move that radar over. It looks like it's not, so we're gonna do that. Central Texas. Yep, I am back. Is Ellie, Manitoba safe? Yes, Manitoba's all right. I would love to cover some Canadian severe weather, by the way. I really would. Oh, that is a really nice ZDR arc. That is contaminated, though. Just slightly. That's very interesting, that storm. I'll tell you what. There's a lot of things that can happen with that storm. We should probably watch it. Watch it quite a bit. Yeah, it looks like this thing is trying to recycle over here near Walnut Springs. It's not really... It's not really having a good time. I'll tell you that. But it does have a really nice ZDR arc, and it is starting to merge with other storms. So I guess we will see as to what it will do. All right. Let me I'm gonna be eating on the side of this because I am slightly hungry. For those of you who are curious, soft tacos. Why is it on a Wednesday? I don't know. But you're in Robinson, Texas. Are you in danger from the storm? That's a good question. Let me check. You know, I also want to say this here real quickly, chat. I feel so much more relieved right now. Like before, when I was doing YouTube, I mean, I would say, hey, I'm not in this for the views and stuff like that. But I would also be like secretly hoping that like good stuff would happen to me because my morals were in the right place, which is kind of contradictory. Now, since I kind of don't really, like, I'm not hyper aware of everyone else on YouTube, I kind of feel a whole lot better. Like, I know there are other platforms on YouTube that people have. I know that exists. But at the same time, I'm like, for whatever reason, I'm not concerned about it right now. At least not as concerned as I usually would be. Which is kind of cool. I don't know if that has anything to do with me taking a break or anything to do with, you know, my idea for me in May, but I mean, I feel so much better. Anyways, Robinson, they're fine right now. These storms are not directly approaching them. Also could be because of the good taco that I just had. Funnel spotted on Tyler Storm? How long ago was that? That'd be my only question, because I don't doubt it. It would just have to be about 15 minutes ago. Maybe 20. I'm definitely not cooler than cool now. Anyone can be cool. I'm not cooler than cool, though. What website do I use for the radar data? This is GR2 Analyst version 3. It's my opinion the best radar in all of radars. But it does cost a bit of a fortune. What I mean a fortune, I mean, I don't want to say like, it's 250 bucks. It's one-time purchase, but it's 250 bucks. So it's a good bit of money. But hey, it's worth it in my opinion. I use it every single day. So. That Gorman cell is weird. It's got elevated rotation. All right, let's put it that way. If you look aloft, it does. But the fact of the matter is that at the surface, at the surface, it's like, bleh. Oh, you meant the polling? I kind of use a hybrid, so it really depends on which one is up and running. Iowa State is good, but GR2 also offers, I think, 2 other polling sites. Can't remember what they are. Can't remember. Can't remember. Can't remember. Me stuttering. That's always the constant. Let's go back to this storm that's over here near Valley Mills, because this thing has been looking suspect for a while. It still kind of is. I mean, you got your prefrontals. They're trying to do stuff. Let's take a look at the vertical wind profile. I'm curious. We're going to keep looking at vertical wind profiles because this legit... Oh, that's a new tornado warning. Wow! Am I the closest one to this tornado warning? Oh, that is some good streamwise vorticity, I'll tell you what, with that southern cell. But that is a new tornado warning. You'll hear it here in a second. There it is. Listen in.
Tornado warning for Central Bosque County in Central Texas.
That is another tornado warning. It's south of it.
Tornado warning for northwestern McLennan County in Central Texas, northeastern Coryell County in Central Texas, southeastern Bosque County in Central Texas.
Looks like I'm just barely outside of the tornado warning. But technically get points, which is really interesting. I don't think I've been this close this entire season. Now, granted, I haven't done a whole lot of it, but that's kind of cool. Anyways, 2 tornado warnings just got issued, as they should. If you're in Bosque County, if you're in McLennan County, or if you're in Coryell County, you need to get in your safe space. Because these storms are definitely rotating. One maybe more than another, but that's besides the point, both of which are attempting to be tornadic and trying to produce a tornado. So let's start with the northern one in Bosque County. If you're in Meridian, if you're in Morgan, if you're near Highway 144, 174, as well as 6 in Texas, and then even Highway 22 in Texas, you need to get into your safe space. We're talking Meridian, we're talking Morgan, we're talking areas south of Morgan. Realistically, it's just Meridian. If you live in Meridian, Texas, you need to get in your safe space, because this one does seem to be recycling. This seems to be recycling as I thought it would. Or it is merged with another thunderstorm. It is merging with another thunderstorm. This cell right here, wow, okay, so this is very interesting. So if this merges, Bosque is Bosque, appreciate it. So once again, that's Bosque County in Texas. I want you guys to hear me out real quickly. Over the next 5 minutes is really going to determine if this storm over here near Meridian does anything. Whether it is as small as it dying or as big as it potentially producing a significant tornado. What I will say is, if you're in Whitney, in Linguana Park, as well as east of Meridian, we're talking heading off into Hill County, Hillsborough, Texas. Hillsborough, Texas needs to watch out. Hillsborough and Whitney needs to watch out. And the reason being why I'm saying this is because depending upon how those 2 storms that are currently merging with each other over Meridian, depending upon how well this process goes, if it turns for the worse, and we've seen this before, we could be talking about a significant tornado that can head off towards that general vicinity. But the best case scenario for us is that, and this happens a lot with a lot of these storms that try to merge, is that they kill each other off. For whatever reason, just the winds don't work out, supplies get cut off, storm dies. So over the next 5 to 10 minutes, we're probably going to have our answer as to what's going to happen with this storm. And because of that, Whitney and Hillsborough are going to need to watch out because of it. I do believe that their time could potentially come here over the next 15, 20 minutes. there might be a new tornado warning that could be issued for Hill County. So if you know anyone that lives in those areas, I recommend you tell them what's going on, the potential for those significant storms to be moving on through. Just let them know. All right, as of right now, fortunately, not too much, but it could be something to watch out for later on. So just something to note. Just something to note. We will note this other storm that is approaching the northwestern Waco area. Let's go over to another radar to show you guys this. This is a tornado warning here for northern Coryell County, which realistically I think Coryell is actually fine. I think the storm is officially past its county border, and it is now mainly for extreme southern Bosque County, extreme southern Bosque County, and then extreme western to northwestern McLennan County. That's what I think is going on for right now. I do think northern, central to northern McLennan County could be something to watch out for. So we're talking central Waco and north of Waco. I think that could be something to watch out for a little bit later on. But we're just once again going to have to see as to how well this storm starts to mature over time. This is very different from the storm that's up to the north, where it is essentially speeding up its process if things go well for it. This one's all by itself, so this one will start to take a little bit more time in order to try to actually produce a tornado. So this one might have a little bit of time before it actually does something, but we'll see. This thing has started to build up rotation, and because of that, we can't ignore the fact that this thing could potentially try to produce a tornado here relatively soon. So there's the tornado warning out there once again for Bosque County as well as McLennan. I think Coryell County is fine as of right now. I think this storm is passed off across the border and it is heading east. It'll be Valley Mills, it'll be Crawford, and it'll be China Springs here in Texas that need to watch out in regards to the near-term tornado threat. And the far-term tornado threat here, which would probably be, we're talking about, I'd say 45 minutes, half an hour to 45 minutes. We could be talking about northern Waco heading off in towards the Golson and the Ross area. So just something to watch with those storms over there. There seems to be another storm that's forming over there near Cranfield's Gap. Let's go back over to the severe storm that's over near Rucker. And this one obviously is very elevated. This one, I mean, it could definitely have a chance to try and produce a tornado, but as of right now, it seems relatively elevated due to the fact that the outflow boundary is just relatively far out in front of it. But this thing has been producing some really large hail. And actually, it looks like it might be starting to get to the point to where it could try to become tornadic. It looks like the outflow boundary has receded a little bit further north. So that's very interesting. But De Leon, Dublin, Downing, as well as Proctor, you guys might want to watch out for this strong storm because of the fact that this thing has had a history of producing some really large hail. I mean, this thing has also had some strong enough winds to overturn tractor trailers on I-20. So we're talking about the tennis ball sized hail. We're talking about the strong damaging winds. You do not want to be outside in front of these storms. So Stephenville, Dublin, De Leon, Downing, Proctor, and then eventually this could head out towards the Purves, the Claret, and the Heco areas. Or maybe the Heco area. I think it's actually what that is. But regardless, you don't want to be a part of that. You're going to want to stay indoors. You're going to want to stay away from windows if that stuff does end up occurring. That is a very well pronounced ZDR arc. I wonder it looks like this thing is starting to merge. It looks like the stuff is starting to merge. How well it does is going to be the real question here. As I said, over the next couple of minutes, this is really going to tell us as to whether or not we've got the real deal with this storm over here near Meridian, or if we just got some phony. Are we at least going to have a chance for photogenic lightning in Dallas-Fort Worth? You guys might not even get a whole lot of thunderstorms, realistically. Heiko. Perfect. Heiko. Is anything happening over there in Florida as of this moment? Not really. Storms are starting to move off. Oh, it had a nice ZDR arc. What happened? It split! Or at least it partially split. Poor storm. But it's doing the same thing that I thought it would do in Florida, so that's not entirely surprising. But other than that, doesn't seem to be too much. I might need to move that radar that is over there in Charleston, because we had a pretty strong storm earlier. Move that back down to Jacksonville. See what we got there. I mean, why am I looking for a rotation? I don't know. This is not supposed to be tornadic over here. But, you know, it's always a little bit out of habit, I guess you could say. A lot of large hail on the western side of Jacksonville, so that would probably be something to watch out for. If you know anyone that lives on the western side of Jacksonville or southwest of Jacksonville, you probably should tell them that there's going to be a storm with some large hail moving on through. So, just kind of something to note. From sources I'm getting from Doss and his chaser that he knows of. There's a tornado on the Valley Mills cell. Valley Mills is on the ground. He's saying Valley Mills is on the ground. He's saying Valley Mills is on the ground. I was looking at Brad earlier. I didn't see anything well defined with his. I saw a lot of lowering. I saw a lot of scud with his feet. I couldn't see anything well defined. Valley Mills is on the ground. If you're in Valley Mills, Texas, you need to get in your safe space right now. Valley Mills. Valley Mills, Texas. You need to get in your safe space immediately. I'm going to try and reload my Discord because my Discord took a bleh. Very weak tornado. Yeah, I was watching it. It didn't even look like a tornado, honestly. It just looked like a lot of scud or a rotating wall cloud. But yeah, it looks like Valley Mills. Let's see. He said he might post it on there. I'll look to see. Yeah, nothing on there. But yeah, Valley Mills, China Springs, Crawford. You need to get in your safe space. That is a pretty strong updraft with it. Looks like ZDR arc is kind of depleted slightly. Let's go back to Dallas Fort Worth's stream. Meridian. Oh, Meridian looks like it probably could. Yeah, Meridian's going to be something to watch out for very closely. That merger is going to be... Merger is almost complete. The merger is almost complete with Meridian and Morgan. That is 3-inch size hail that is reported with that cell that's near De Leon and Dublin and Stephenville. But yeah, that Meridian cell is starting to look like it probably could try. That's very surface-based, though. I'll tell you what, the rotation doesn't really span up into the upper levels. And the rotation's also very far out in front of the of the rear flank downdraft. What? This storm has some issues. Major issues. CC drop on Meridian? Yeah, no. Nope. That's probably what you're looking at. You go to reflectivity. There you go. And if you wanted to go to this stuff over here, you could. The answer is still no. Once again, I'm not foreseeing this thing to produce a tornado until at least now, until a little bit later. Probably like 5 minutes. That's probably what I'm thinking, that this thing could probably produce a tornado, if it does. But it's got to get done with its merger. And the other thing about it, too, is that look at these other storms that are to the south of it here near Clifton. These things are going to move north. This is going to also cause this thing to try to recycle again. We might see another merger, which could actually prolong the process of this. Can I 3D the Meridian cell? Can I? How are we looking? 3,000 feet? Yeah, that's not bad. All right, I'll bite. I will bite. Let's see what's happening. Wow. This is actually... I wonder if I can make it a little bit better. Like that. Yeah, this works. Look at this here, guys. You can see legit the 2 different supercells. The 2 different supercells that are in this radar image. You have updraft number 1, updraft number 2. Inflow notch number 1, inflow notch number 2. And when these 2 updrafts can come together and become vertically aligned, which they probably will, whether or not the storm survives that process is, you know, up for debate. But you can see the 2 distinct updrafts, and I wonder, can we see them with normalized rotation? Yes, we can, I think. Yes, we can. 100% we can. Look at this. This is the new rotation that is starting to dominate. And there's the old one. There's the old rotation that is aloft, that is moving on through the merger. Can we go back in time once, please? Yes, we can. Look at that. That's even more well-defined. That's your old rotation right there. Your new storm forms out right here. Let's go back to reflectivity. Look at that. That Tells you all you need to know. Supercell that developed in the updraft. Old supercell right here that's getting shunned. And then if you go up a frame, you can see they're starting to kind of merge. You can see they're starting to get closer and closer in distance too. And you can also see the back one is starting to weaken because of it. So this is really interesting. Fort Worth is going to be fine. I'm not concerned with Fort Worth. So wow, wow, wow. Yeah, Meridian is kind of just not having fun at the moment with that. That storm is considering the following. It's got some good inflow aloft. It's got some good inflow aloft. But that's pretty much it. Anything above... Well, actually... Is it starting to make its way aloft? Slightly. Yeah, there's still a little bit of rotation at 18,000. Alright, so maybe this thing is trying. But it's still got to survive these storms right here. So this is going to be something to really watch, those mergers. All right, let's go back to Valley Mills, because remember, we got the report that this thing was on the ground. Will he post it on that? Doesn't look like it. Wise? What in the world? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense, I'll tell you what. Yeah, I was about to say, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. If that was true. Alright, cool. Coolio. Coolio. Looks like Valley Mills is recycling to me. This thing looks like it's not on the ground as of this moment. Oh yeah, I want to check this here. No dice. No dice. That is my playlist for rap music. I should probably close that in the off chance that music starts playing and I get copyright claimed, right? That is still a significant... Man, look at that. Look at that huge storm. That is not... Go back to Dallas-Fort Worth and see. Yeah, this thing has no ZDR on it. That is a huge storm. That is a huge storm, and it's heading towards Walnut Springs eventually. And the Iredell. The Iredell area. Hmm. So remind me, is it Bosque? Bosque County, is that what it is? Bosque County? Can't remember. I'm trying to remember names, places. Eventually I'll get it right. Eventually. Hopefully. Bosque. Bosque. Just trying to remember. Eventually, I'm going to remember almost every single area. Eventually. But it might take a little bit. Yeah, this thing is undergoing another merger here in Meridian. This thing's going to have more issues. Meanwhile, Valley Mills has turned right. This thing is more of a right mover. Might be heading for northern Waco. Let's see if we got anything on the camera map, because I know we have a camera in Waco. Would they turn anything in Woodway camera? I mean, it's a nice view. Looks like it's looking east. If they could turn this camera around, that'd be great. I'm not sure they will. This is a really nice view, I will say. We'll keep that camera up. Let's have it as that. So you can watch over time the progression of that would-be thunderstorm, or probably is going to be a thunderstorm. Gotta stretch. It is a damage, threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning. For baseball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Wow. So if you're in Henderson, here, let's, you know what, it might be a good idea to move one of the radars over there. Just for right now. Just for right now. If you are in Henderson, Texas, might be a good idea for you guys to watch out very closely. There we go. Put that up there again. All right, there's that new severe thunderstorm warning for Henderson, Brockfield, Clayton, Carthage, Gary City, Mount Enterprise here in Texas. So we're watching out for that very closely. But this is Rusk County, this is Panola County, and this is extreme northwestern Shelby County. So watch out for that. It seems to be more of a hail threat. Why did it just turn off? Oh, there you go. Guess it fixed itself. But I mean, it seems to be mainly a hail threat. It looks like the ZDR arc is very disrupted. Very disrupted, so. Meridian's just undergoing merger after merger. And that storm is just not having fun. It is not having fun at all. Why hasn't it started yet? Because these storms have been undergoing a lot of issues. So they're not as surefire as some of the other events that we've had at the end of May and the early April. Because those ones didn't really have a whole lot of fail modes. And just so happens that this one does. And that's kind of the reason why it's a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, because it's like that. There's a report of a funnel cloud from Jason Cooley. Brief funnel, rotating a wall cloud looking southwest 1 mile from Texas 317. Interesting. And of course, eventually there's... Oh yeah, it did turn right. It turned right. So this track is not correct at all. Yeah, I'm thinking Waco. I'm thinking Waco is probably the area to watch with this storm here near Valley Mills. Pretty strong rotation aloft up to 20,000 feet. Even still keeps going in upwards of 26, 32. Yeah, I mean, this thing looks like a premier supercell, but the ZDR arc is gone, which is also another issue. But otherwise, yeah, these storms realistically have only been producing some really large hail. Speaking of really large hail, I have to move over real quickly because we've got to cover another part of the United States, Florida. These storms over here in Florida don't seem to be super significant, to be honest with you. There was a storm that was over near Christmas. We talked about Christmas, Florida earlier, and saying that they were probably going to get some severe weather. There's a report from a trained spotter of tree branches down across the road and damage to street signs in Christmas. So Christmas, Florida is definitely feeling the, or definitely was feeling the effects of the storm that is now a lot weaker, but it is heading off towards the western sides of Cape Canaveral, towards Cocoa, Rockledge, Port St. John, and stuff like that. So I'd watch out. There's also another severe thunderstorm warning up here in the Clay County areas here of Florida. If you live in those areas, probably going to want to stay indoors with that one as well. And stay away from windows, because, man, if hail does break your window or windshield, and you're sitting right next to it, guess who's going to get hit by it? True facts. Excuse me. Excuse me. Storm northwest of Cranfield's Gap. Which one is that? Cranfield's Gap. Let's take a look, shall we? We might as well. Oh. You said northwest? Or northeast? Oh, that's the Meridian cell. Yeah, that one already had a tornado warning on it. Still does. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about the large hain. Don't worry about it. Yeah, that's the Meridian cell. Meridian's having that storm's having a lot of issues. It really is. It's just not able to overcome a lot of the cell mergers that are over in that area, and because of that, I mean, it's just not able to really do what it's been doing. So, or do what it's supposed to do, which is to try and produce a tornado. So that's the good news. That is the good news. I also got to say this here real quickly. Just one more time. Well, actually, I'm probably going to say it probably 2 or 3 more times throughout the stream. If there is anyone that knows JavaScript, how to code JavaScript, or how to code Python, please talk to me. Please. Because there's 2 things that I want to do, one of which has to do with the camera map, the other one is super secret. So depending upon what coding platform you can run, can determine as to what I need your help with. So, be greatly appreciated. Be greatly appreciated indeed. With that Meridian cell, a hook could form on the southern side of it. I doubt it. Those storms are pretty garbage. But, I mean, it very well could. It very well could. That storm south of Carbon near Rising Star is something to watch. That is pretty elevated, of course, but according to a radar that was pretty far away, it had something, and I would have to agree, it does have a slight something. I guess that's how I'm just gonna categorize everything. Yeah, there's the there's that cell. Well, we told you it was on the ground earlier. We told you that it had a tornado before. And unsurprisingly, it has produced another tornado. Yeah, weather spotters confirm tornado. Yeah, we knew that is... we knew that was definitely possible. Give me a second here. Yeah, I couldn't see anything else on Twitter here. I was trying to see if someone said anything about it, but yeah, this is confirmed tornado heading off towards the China Spring, the Golson area, and now we're talking northern Waco. Now we're talking northern Waco. Give me a second here, chat. I want to check one more thing before I go full weather analyst mode. Because yes, of course, because yes. That's the reason why, because Will Levert posted it earlier, so they just confirmed it because of that. So it was on the ground. And let's read into this a little bit more as well. At 4:58 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So does anyone want to tell me what time it is right now? Anyone want to tell me what time it is right now? I don't have a watch, but I can look at the bottom part of my corner, and you can look at the bottom part of the corner over there. That says 6:11 Eastern, which means it's 5:11 Central. That tornado happened 13 minutes ago. And it's not on the ground as of this moment either. So that was definitely it being confirmed a while ago. And it probably isn't on the ground as of this moment. Probably. But let's go back in time to see. This is when it was supposedly on the ground. And that would probably be right. And so it would have been south of Valley Mills. But as of this moment, it doesn't seem like it's on the ground. It really doesn't. Still a tornado warning, though. Still a tornado warning. 5:11 Waco time. That is true. That is true. Yeah, I will say if you're in Waco or if you're north of Waco, you need to watch out for the storm very closely. Something tornadic could be moving through this area. But on the other hand, this is just saying that a tornado has been reported. Tornado has been reported. With this storm. What do you mean that this is... What do you think? What do you mean my server says it's on the ground right now? I would need a video for that. I would definitely need a video for that, because that definitely looks pretty sus. But I mean, at the same time, it's just like pretty stationary. Pretty stationary. And I would also need to know when he took the picture of that. Check Discord live view. Oh, he's chasing right now. Well, unfortunately, I can't do that because I don't really have the money to pay for chasers at the moment. So I don't want to steal people's footage. Whether they are recreational or not. That is a new tornado warning. Extension.
Warning for northwestern McLennan County in central Texas, southeastern Bosque County in central Texas, south central Hill County in central Texas.
Yeah, so that is the extension. Why am I getting added? Why is everyone... I wonder if my Discord server watches my streams sometimes. I wonder if they do. As I said, kind of can't at the moment because don't have enough money to pay people, whether it's recreational or professional. Can't do that. I wonder if they're ever gonna turn this camera around. Oh, they do? Well, that's good. Well, I mean, it's just the reason why I said that was because I'm getting pinged by quite a few people in the server, or even outside in my DMs, saying, "Oh, come look at this dude in VC. Come look at him chase." And I'm like, "Listen, I would love to watch him chase if I wasn't streaming, because I don't want my stuff to get, taken down because I didn't get his, because I can't show his stuff. And I don't even know if I can't show his stuff. But the fact of the matter is, if he wants compensation out of it, I don't have enough money for that. So that is a new area. Yeah, what is this storm doing? This storm is... It's got new rotation aloft, I will say. But it is considering the following. But it is not confirmed as of this time. So, not confirmed means not a tornado on the ground. Are there any other spotters on that storm, out of curiosity? Oh my gosh, everyone and their mom is on this storm. Yeah, that's pretty cool. All right. Yeah, we're just gonna roll with this. There's a couple chasers. Oh, Britt Adair and Bob Packer there. Wow. That's pretty cool. Huh. Yeah, Britt Adair and Bob Pack. They're on that storm that's heading into Waco. Meanwhile, the storm that's over near Hillsboro has considered the following, and it is no longer tornado warned. So thank goodness for that. And I think the only one that we're really going to have to watch out for is this Valley Mills cell, although this Stephenville cell is definitely something to watch out for as well. I do believe, 100%. Everyone and their moms on that storm. Look at this. So all these red dots here are chasers, right? Look at this. Look at this storm over here. This is the damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning. People are driving through the hook where there is baseball-sized hail. I hope they have fun. I hope they don't get hurt. But everyone and their mom is on that. I mean, look at how many dots there are. Look at how many of them. They are in a conga line. Do I even know any of these people? There's got to be one person in all this that I know. Only one. Maybe. You know, maybe not. Maybe I don't know anyone who is chasing on this storm. Maybe not. I guess not. They probably did bring the kitchen sink. They probably did. That is baseball-sized tail in Valley Mills. Why do I keep getting notifications on my phone? Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. Oh my. Oh, that was in 2011. Never mind, we can't do that. Yep, I cannot consider the following with that. That's unfortunate. I mean, realistically, David, chasers do need to be paid, but hey, if people are willing to chase for free, I mean, feel free. Although, I would at least like to contribute a little bit. Crazy rotation of wall cloud near Waco. Yep, that seems to be the only storm that's doing stuff at the moment. And that probably could be a tornado coming. We probably could be talking about a tornado here very soon. Let's pull up Radar Omega. I want to see it on the side screen because I know Brett Adair is over there. I want to see what he's seeing. Of course, you can't see what he's seeing because I don't want to be put down. Wait, how did Brad Arnold get down there so quickly? How did he get down there so quickly? Is my guy speeding? Or did he just know when to get off the storm? There's no way. There's no way he got down to that storm that quickly. But that is a crazy wall cloud, I will say. But there's legit no way. There's legit no way that he got down on that area that quickly. I'm sorry. My guy was my guy was in Meridian like a half an hour ago. And he was chasing that storm. And then what? He booked it south on 6? Like, my guy had to have been going over 100. Easily. Easily. There's no way he wasn't. That's all I gotta say. Because, I mean, my goodness. I mean, he was booking it. Booking it. Oh, I'm not talking about Brad. Well, yeah, no, Brad. Yeah, no, I'm talking about Brad. I thought you said Brett. But yeah, I mean, yeah, there is absolutely no way. Absolutely no way. Stop snitching. I mean, listen, all right? He can speed all he wants. I don't care. It's not my, I've got no comment as to, if that's ethical or not. But the fact of the matter is, my guy just, like, got there from one place to another in, like, 5 seconds. And I'm like, dang. Dang. Man, they should really move this camera around. They really should. That would be, like, the best thing in the world. Can someone contact Fox 44, True Facts, in Waco? Or whatever, and say, hey, turn your Woodway camera around. Don't do that, actually. Probably not the greatest idea. But I mean, it's looking east. And if it, I guarantee you, if it turns around and looks west, it's going to have an amazing view. An amazing view. You went 30 to 40 miles, maybe within 10 to 15 minutes. Yeah, that, no. You can't do that. It is criminal speeding. I'm just kidding. Oh, but my goodness. It's true, though. It was called reckless driving. That might be on the ground. Brian was entering his Florida nature of driving. Yeah, that is true. That is true. I don't know what this storm's doing with its ZDR arc. It's not looking the greatest. I think I want to go back to... I guess I can't... Oh, wait. Wrong radar. Duh. Yeah, it's still got a ZDR arc, so it's still fine. Why do I keep forgetting how to pronounce that town name? It's not Mexia, it's... I can't remember how to pronounce it. They're in the threat for severe weather here today, so they probably should watch out. They're in the threat for severe weather. Oh, he's going... Yeah, okay. Some lightning in the distance that I just saw. Let's see if I can move the camera around to show you guys. Put it over there. You should be able to see it on the left side. Mahia! True. Very true. It is exactly that. Mahia. Yeah, they should watch. Diane Dills with the 20. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Tornado keeps dropping on Jason Cooley's live. Really? Interesting. Yeah, I think Brad lost connection. Oh, they're gonna turn the camera around! Oh! Come on! Come on! Come on! I think someone's listening to me. I think they listen to me. They're looking in the wrong direction. They gotta turn a little bit more left. They gotta turn more left. Because this right here is your forward flank downdraft. And over here is where I'd watch for something that's tornadic. And it'd actually be a little bit more off screen. And the only reason I can tell that that's the case is because you can see there's water right here. So you see that? That's the lake. That's the lake that's over there. And where they're looking is, if you look above me, right here is where they are looking. And they are looking this way, right? And the rotation is a little bit more over here. So up above me, right there. They're right here, and they're looking north. They need to turn the camera a little bit more to the left. They need to turn it a little bit more to the left. Turn it to the left. Come on. Come on. I'll tell you what, this is a nice mesocyclone, though. I mean, look at this. You can clearly see this is your streamwise vorticity inflow tail, your forward flank downdraft / SVC. It's right in that area. Well, this is actually more your SVC right here, actually. But this is a nice little mesocyclone. I mean, look at that. That's some lightning. Yeah, they need to turn the camera a little bit more to the left. It's actually heading north of the camera. So you'll see it pass by, but a lot of lightning with the cell heading into Waco and northern Waco. If you know anyone that lives in Waco, I would tell them to get indoors. I would tell them now is the time. Yeah, this thing is moving southeast. I think the Storm Prediction Center or the National Weather Service is going to have to get another warning here. They're going to have to warn the city of Waco. Something like that. They're probably going to get another warning. Oh, that's a new rotation that's developing out in front. That's very interesting. Oh my gosh, I just looked at that. That is a huge... What is that? What is this? What am I looking at? This is the inflow notch. That is a huge inflow notch. Wow. Wow. Brad is caught in the hail core, unsurprisingly. I don't think he's realized that the storm has now moved southeast, which is going to head straight into Waco, unfortunately. But this is a heck of a view. I'm trying to see if I can see anything. You're in China Spring, you don't think you've seen a storm this bad in a while, getting nonstop house-shaking thunder. Yeah, I mean, this storm is rumbling through. I think there's a good chance this is probably one of the stronger storms of the day. Either this or the storm that went through Stephenville. Produced some baseball-sized hail over there. And as I said, guys, this storm right here is going to head to Waco. This is going to head straight to Waco here. So if you're in Waco, Texas, all right, we'll pull up the radar for you all. You guys can see up above, the camera that's out of Woodway looking north. This is a well-defined supercell. You can clearly see this is a well-defined hook where the rain is wrapping around all the way down to the bottom part of the storm. the inflows coming in right where there is no rain, and where they all come together, they all start to kind of spin a little bit. And that's the reason why on the southern sides of supercells here, at least in the, at least in the northern side of the equator, that is where you want to try and find where tornadoes can be. And you can look at the velocities here. We'll show you guys. There isn't really a whole lot right here, but if we go aloft, go higher up a little bit more, you can see there is a lot of inflow streaming right into this storm. I mean, we got some very strong winds moving right into the storm. We also have winds that are starting to wrap around that forward flank downdraft, which means there is a bit of rotation. That forward flank downdraft is the kind of area where the rain becomes skinnier and skinnier, and the rain starts to wrap around on that southern side. So this is a well-defined supercell, and we are going to have to watch out for this very, very closely. So Belmead, Waco, Lacey, Lakeview, you guys need to get in your safe space right now if you are over here in Waco, Texas. I mean, this thing definitely looks like it could try to become tornadic, and we're just going to have to continue to watch out for this very closely. And we'll go back to the live view that we have. We'll be able to see if this thing produces a tornado. We will. All right, so this is going to be really interesting to see. I think also, with all the lightning that's going on, I remember calling out that this was a lake. You guys have told me that this is Lake Waco, so that wouldn't be too surprising. This is also, that also tells me, I should say, that we're looking to the north and or the northwest. So if I had an idea as to where a tornado would be, I'm thinking right now that the tornado in itself would probably be somewhere over here. That's where I'm thinking. I'm thinking it would be right there. Looks like this thing is trying to get its act together, but it's not having the greatest time. Why did the feed just cut out? I guess we'll... Never mind. But yeah, this is it's a pretty crazy storm. I'm trying to see. I'm gonna look to the left side here because I can't really see as well with the widescreen for whatever reason. That doesn't make any sense to me, but I can see it better on the small screen here for my streaming platform. And it looks to me like there's a little bit of a shelf like right there, and then the thing comes down like that. That tells me that this thing over here is the wall cloud, and that this right here is the inflow tail coming in. We got a lot of moisture actually being pulled into the storm. At least that's what it's telling me. Skyclaw, was that actually you? Was that you, Skyclaw? Like, did you actually call them and say, hey, pan the camera, you're gonna have a good shot of this thing coming into Waco? Thank you for the wow, that's pretty cool. I mean, I'm right. I told, I said they were gonna have a good view of it, but like, wow, that's actually really cool. Thank you so much. Wow. That is a wall cloud. Oh my goodness. Let me move this over. There you go. That's a wall cloud. Everyone say thank you to Skyclaw in the chat. That actually is, like, commendable. That is actually commendable. That is a W for contacting them. Yeah, that is a wall cloud. That is, as textbook as you can get it. Oh, Brett Adair and Brad Arnold are both right next to each other. That's very nice. And they are probably staring at this storm straight up. Oh, they're gonna... Did they just zoom out? I wonder if they're gonna zoom in. I would like... I mean, it's not the greatest, like, in quality, so I'm not sure we're gonna be able to see it, especially since... Ethan, is that you? If that's you, Ethan, bloody legend. That's all I gotta say. And that also would make a lot of sense if it is you. Why did that make so much sense? Oh boy. Why did that make so much sense? Alright, I appreciate you going back over there, Ethan. I appreciate you also looking into coding that, so thank you so much. I have no idea what this is right here. That's probably something to watch out for. Is it dropping? Worried about your friends in Baylor? I would tell your friends in Baylor to get in their safe space regardless. Alright, that's what we're at here at this moment. As for if it's going to produce a tornado, I mean, right now it's a little hard to say, to be honest. But, I mean, we do have a heck of a view on this thing. I mean, it is looking real nice. Ooh, what is that? So you have your shelf, and then you have another lowering. I think that might be a secondary wall cloud, or not really a secondary wall cloud. That is a wall cloud. That is a tornado warning.
Tornado warning for East Central McLennan County in Central Texas.
So they did issue that extension. Man, that thing looks ugly, doesn't it? So there's a new tornado warning for the city of Waco. Unsurprising, though. But why is it still... No, it's not an east mover. It's a southeast mover. Oh my goodness. National Weather Service, why do you do this to me? There we go. That's what we're looking at. So Waco is now in the heart of this thing. If you are in Waco, you need to get into your safe space right now. Because this thing definitely looks like something that could try to produce a tornado. Look at the camera starting to shake now because of the influence. Wow. We're also starting to see the RFD surge over here. Rain starting to wrap around. It is a massive wall cloud. Unless if that isn't the wall cloud. I would think that this would be the wall cloud right here. But if it's not, that might be another area to watch. It's hard to tell. It is very hard to tell. I don't see any rotation with that one in Heiko. I see it elevated rotation. I don't see anything that's going to the ground. If that does get tornado warned, though, that'll go right over the spot where I thought there would be tornadic activity. So that wouldn't be all too surprising. All right, let me move this back over here to the right. Man, that looks intense. Look at that wall cloud there, guys. I mean, it's so close to the camera. It is so close to the camera. Is Brad driving into it, or where is Brad going? Where's Brad Arnold going? I have no idea. I have no idea what Brett Adair is doing either. It seems he's waiting for the tornado to run him over, which, understandable. Have a nice day. Yeah, that is the RFD. So that's the rain that's coming down and is wrapping around here. Oh, they're gonna move it. They're moving the camera. Let's go. This is a W. We are happy to see that. Because then we can see what's happening here. If you're just tuning in here right now, the city... excuse me. You did not tune in and see that cough. The city of Waco, Texas, has a tornado warning. And that's the view of the storm as it's heading into the city. Very large wall cloud that is approaching. And if you are in Waco, you need to get into your safe space right now. Oh, that's interesting. CC? Press X to doubt. Yeah, I do doubt. So there's the RFD surging by right there. You can clearly see that's the rain from the hook that's wrapping around. So you can see rain coming down. There is the horseshoe, which means either this or we need to watch out for that. I still think that could be a play, or somewhere back here can be a play. Look at how green it is, though, chat. Look at how ugly that looks. Can I go rob a bank so I can afford some chasers? See, I wish. I wish. But it just so happens that chasers cost 1,000 per chase. And, that's really expensive. Especially since other people on the platform seem to have an abundance of money and they just chase for them instead. Which is kind of just like, oh, great. Money, 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 money. Not that they don't deserve to be paid, though. I just can't do it. ZDR? Well, I mean, the ZDR arc is kind of not as good. That was a nice lightning strike, by the way. I gotta say, wow. That's not what I wanted to say. How much I would pay to be chasing this on the eastern side of Waco. I mean, realistically, this storm looks amazing. And it is also heading southeast. No, it's not on the ground yet. Looks like it is still big wall cloud. You can see right here, this would be the wall cloud in question. Rain is wrapping around, so the tornado would be somewhere in here if there was one. Fortunately enough, there doesn't seem to be one at this moment. You're in Lorena. How fast do I think the circulation will pass the interstate trying to get north? Where is... Oh, you're in Lorena and you're going north? That's a good question. Give it 15 minutes. 15 minutes. You can also, on the interstate, pull over to the side and wait for the storm to pass in front of you. What the heck is that? What are we seeing that's right in front of us? You see this big white cloud? Is this rotating? Is that a funnel? What is that? It doesn't make any sense if that's the case. Right there. What is that? What is that? Is that seriously a funnel? Or is that scud? Why are there numerous little clumps of scud in front of this, if that's the case? That's definitely not a shelf cloud. No, that's not a shelf cloud. That's a nice lightning strike, though. Give me a second. I'm curious. Live stream's no longer available. Well, that's nice. Don't need you anymore. Oh yeah, this camera is getting slapped by wind. That is one constant. See, I was thinking scud until I started to... No, that definitely could have been rotation. We have two areas of rotation. We have cyclonic and anticyclonic. You know, we really could have just saw a funnel cloud. We really could have just saw a funnel cloud. I'm not gonna lie. Because it just passed right in front of the camera. Right? We really could have saw a funnel cloud. I think it's possible. I think it's very possible, actually. Because radar lines up with it. Huh. Might as well watch it now as well. Watch this be the anticyclonic rotation. Probably won't be, but... Well, maybe. Looks like it is. It's on the back side. But it looks like it's more scud more than anything. Even if it was rotation. Is it gonna hit? Is it gonna hit Mejia yet? No. It's gonna take a while. It is gonna take a while before the storm gets over to Mejia. Probably like hour. Maybe an hour and a half. Although there is a couple of storms that's approaching Mejia, but they're just not significant. Thank you so much, Brian. Look at all that greenage. Oh, and they're going to move it back to the original state. Unfortunate. Oh well. It was nice to see that we had the camera though. Nasty storm. So yeah. Very strong storm that went through Waco is still going through Waco as of this moment. Probably creating an abundance of wind damage. We had reports of 63 mile per hour wind gusts over there at the ASOS station. 4-inch size hail just got reported with this storm. Softball sized hail near the Waco Regional Airport. If you are in Waco, you need to get indoors now. Actually, it might be too late. If you're in a car, you need to get in the innermost part of that car. And it's probably recommended that you put your sunglasses on. And why I say put sunglasses on is because it can act like safety goggles, safety glasses. But as I said, this is a tornado warning here for McLennan County here in Texas. Guys need to get into your safe space right now as softball-sized hail has been reported with this storm, which, let's just say you don't want to be outside at all. You do not want to be outside. I mean, this is a pretty serious storm here, and to kind of just stress the urgency. All right, you know, we're not trying to scare everyone, right? But to stress the urgency of this situation, you want to be sure to get into a safe space. All right, you got to stay away from windows. You got to get into a sturdy structure. If you are in a car, all right, if you're on I-35 near Hewitt, approaching the Woodway and the Robinson area, wait for the storm to pass by and then go. Because if you drive into this storm, you're going to get pelted. There's going to be a lot of financial damages. So just do not do it. Do not do it. Oh, that makes so much sense. Storm seems slow. Does it? No, I just think the rear flank downdraft that it surged was slower. Oh, now they're going to zoom in. Are they really now going to zoom in? Or are they just going to return it back to its old self? If they were going to zoom into this storm as it just when it passed, I was going to flip a table. But I don't think they're going to do that. And if they do, off with your head. Funnel cloud confirmed? Yes, this was about an hour ago when they did. Kind of looks like there's not enough shear yet. sounds about right. Although this entire event didn't really have a whole lot of shear to begin with, so. Take that however way you will. That is a pretty strong storm that's going near Walnut Springs. That actually is some surface rotation. Huh. I'm not sure if that's going to create a tornado warning. No, probably not. Probably not. Maybe not. Yeah, probably not. Saw a Twitter video of someone literally staring into the rotation. That was wacky, really? Probably a water spout off of the Florida coast. Which radar? So I'll take a look at that. Oh my gosh. Oh, that poor cow. "4 miles from Dublin." That poor cow. Here, guys, I gotta show you this video. This is from Gary Clayton, at Gary Clayton6 on Twitter. And this was 4 miles from Dublin. This is also viewer discretion advised. This is also a viewer's discretion is advised. Oh my. Look at the hail hitting the water. Look at how large some of those hailstones are. I gotta see if there's any other larger hailstones. Oh my. You couldn't see that. That's a new tornado warning, by the way.
Tornado warning for East Central Mills County in Central Texas.
My gosh. That's a bull? My apologies. Oh, that's a tornado warning over in Goldthwaite. What radar would I use for that? And it's in the middle of nowhere. It's in it's in a radar hole. $8,500. Oh, it does have rotation though. Goldthwaite needs to get in their safe space right now. If you haven't already, Goldthwaite needs to get in their safe space. Goldthwaite, Texas. Yeah, Goldthwaite, Center City, Highway 84. It's also Highway 183. Michael Canales with the 10, or not the 10, the 18 months. Big difference between 10 and 18. It says, you're one of the people on the cell. Your Valley Mills was live streaming the rotation. Had some people watching in your Discord. Was pretty insane. Was an experience. I'm glad to see that you guys found some really insane things over there. And I'm just happy. I'm just happy it's not being significant over Waco right now. But it's good to see that you found something. more than what I've had this entire year where I live. So good for you. Good for you. Thank you for the 18 months of the tornado tracker. Yeah, my opinion on that is I guess it depends upon how many cows you have. Because if you have like hundreds of cows and you're not like super weather aware, I'm not saying it's okay, but that would probably be the reason why they would be left out. I mean, realistically speaking here, guys, weather is not the main priority on most people's minds. A lot of people still use the Farmer's Almanac. Which, for obvious reasons, I do not need to say anymore. Spotter Network reports large wall cloud rotating in Waco. Jeremy McNaughton. Jeremy McNaughton. Let's go with the Central Texas radar. Still a ZDR arc there. Triforce Hunter with the 23 months. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for the 23. 23. That's almost 2 years. That's almost 2 years. Dealt with my idiocy for that long. Thank you for the 24 months, or the 23 months, almost 24. Really do appreciate that. Colton with a Weather Watcher. That is more than a year because you have the high risk badge. So we're going to say yes. Oh, 22 months. There you go. Colton with the 22 months. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. That's also almost 2 years. That's super crazy. Tell you what, never really anticipated people to be members for that long. But wow. I'm gonna move this camera over here so that way you guys can kind of just see the side. There we go. Something like that. So is Goldthwait 7,844? Yeah, I think this is definitely the best radar to look at, or at least it looks like it is. What if we go to the Dis Air Force Base? That one's at 7,000. You know what? Let's look at Abilene for right now, even though it's looking through the storm. So probably not the greatest idea, but let's look at it. Chris Hall reports large rotating wall cloud west of his location. When was this? 17 minutes ago. Lamb can sell. They might issue a new tornado warning for that, for Cranfill's Gap and Meridian. They might. It's possible. Goldthwaite, continue to stay indoors. Obviously, some very large hail and some strong damaging winds are associated with that storm. You're in a tornado warning at this moment, but I mean, it's not really all too organized as of this moment, so. Goldthwaite, just stay indoors. Center City, Star, areas near Castor and north of Castor. Guys also need to get indoors, stay away from windows. They probably should watch out for this storm near Olin very closely. Cousin in Groesbeck is asking if the warning will extend to him. That's a good question. I think it possibly could. It definitely will get to Limestone County. I definitely think there's going to be a new tornado warning for Limestone County. As for Groesbeck itself, that one's going to be a little bit more difficult to answer. I think they could potentially be inside the polygon, but I don't think it'll be a direct impact for you guys if there is anything tornadic to develop from this thing. Where's Morgan? Morgan's currently shopping for a tuxedo for prom, because it's his senior year and he wants to go out with a bang. With his girlfriend, of course. When's the peak of this event? Around now. Around now. We've got another 4 hours, believe it or not, until the tornado watch expires. It's actually less than 4 hours. It expires at 10 Central. Waco cell has good rotation up tilt. I'm going to be using Central Texas because Central Texas doesn't have to look through multiple storms to get to it. So the chances of contamination are lowered. That is still a ZDR arc right there. That's tomorrow. Oh, well, then he can just stay in the background. He's sick anyways, as he said, so he needs to go take rest. Take luck. By the way, I'm going to take my time here once again. So this is 3 out of 4 times that I've said this in stream. If anyone knows how to code JavaScript or Python, please let me know. Please let me know. Because I've got 2 big projects that I would like completed here very soon. One of which is beneficial to this channel. The other is beneficial to my side company, which would be the camera map thing. That would be pretty cool. Don't exactly know what I need, though. I just need someone who can code. Then we can collaborate and talk about something that I would like done. So we would have to talk about it a little bit more in private, in DMs. And no, ChatGPT cannot do it. In this instance, they can't. Let's just say the coding that we have is experimental and also is relatively new in regards to research. I want to be able to refine it basically and also add more stuff to it. But first off, I want to refine it. And then I want to be able to actually print it onto, well, that's as far as we're going to get. But anyways, if you know how to do it, please let me know. Contact me on Twitter, or if you want to make it life easier, if you have a Discord, please talk to me as well. True facts. I'll even put my Discord server in the chat. I'll keep putting my Discord server in the chat because I can. You know how it is. Invite people. Edit the link. Generate a new link. What am I trying to code? Something that can be revolutionary for my channel. At least with Python. With JavaScript, I really need help with, here, I'll make life easier. For the people who know JavaScript, all right, I'm telling you what I need to know. 511 Florida. All right. For the people who know JavaScript, see this map right here? See this camera map that's in Florida, right? It has 3,848 cameras. This one right here. All right, you guys can see it. This one right here. So now you can see it. All right. See this camera map? All right. Now listen. I like me some 3,848 cameras, but I don't want to do every single individual icon. All right. That's stupid. I know for a fact that you can take the icons from this site here, from Florida 511, and push it somewhere else. I know for a fact you can do it. I just don't know how.
Tornado warning for northeastern Hamilton County in central Texas, southwestern Bosque County in central Texas.
That is the cell that's near Allen. But anyways, I need to be able to get these points and plot it on this map right here on Google Maps, which I'm pretty sure you can import stuff. Embed on my site, view in Google Earth. I don't know. You should be able to. Yeah, you can import stuff. It says add places to this layer by drawing or importing data. So you can import the data. You can do it. I just don't know how. So if you know JavaScript or how to read web pages, that's what I need help with. With Python, stuff is going to be a little bit more complex than that. And it also can be revolutionary. So if you are willing to embark in a journey of weatherness, join. Or let me know. And I really can't talk a whole lot about what specifically it is. Because I really don't like the idea of other corporations stealing the idea. Unless if they're willing to work with me, then good stuff. You're learning Python now. CJ, I just don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it, Atomic J. So look at violent tornado parameter. Why? Don't tell me other people have been looking at violent tornado parameter for serious. They need to go back to their Kansas. Kansas. All right, let's go over here. Let's look at the violent tornado parameter. Like people have asked. Yeah, it's a 10. Wow, cool. I don't know what else you want from me. It's the violent tornado parameter is such a whack thing that it's just, yeah. I will say that thing near Cranfield's Gap is going off. There is a good reason why they issued a tornado warning for that. Oh, I know you are, Ethan, but I know that you also... Let's put it this way. Wouldn't it be better if we could speed up the process and also have multiple opinions on the same topic? Listen, what I want to do with that program is really going to take a while because there's going to be a lot of testing. We are literally pulling code out of thin air. And Amazon, of course. And trying to make a system that can do what we want. And I know you're just like, oh, well, this code's pretty easy. Listen. It's not going to be easy. I know it's not. Because there is legit anything and everything. There is legit anything and everything that we can do with it. And it's going to take a lot of testing. Because that's just how code is. Especially with science and math. Hell, there's probably a good chance that we would even need to probably write our own paper, our own report about it. Because we're essentially adding on to some other people's research. I do agree. Most people who look at VTP and STP need to consider. I do agree. It is funny to look at as a meme, but if you take it seriously, consider. Does 3 months of Code Academy, yeah, this code will be easy? No. No, it won't. No, it won't. I am guaranteeing you. I am guaranteeing you. This is more than just Python. All right. I've got the brain for science. That is a 4.5-inch size tail report, by the way. I got the brain for partial science. All right. I have an idea of what I want for science. The only issue is actually putting it into code. That is an issue. So that's what I need. Anyways, enough of that. Don't look at me like, what do you mean? Hold up. Give me a timeout. Skyclaw Chasing with the Weather Watcher. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Yes, I am going to lose sleep over coding. And the only reason why I say that is because this could actually be revolutionary. I'll tell you what, guys. All right, I will say, if this code gets done, I cannot tell you guys enough of how easier, how simple, and how efficient I can become with my live analysis, my live weather analysis. Like, I'm dead serious. This stuff could very well make me and this stream have its own name and identity in regards to radar analysis. At least for right now. Not etched into like history books. No way it's going to happen to that. But how much have I dabbled in programming? I can read code. That's essentially what I can do. I can't actually do it because I can't remember half the time. My memory is crap. So yeah, I lost sleep over it. I was reading it and then legit. So there was some issues with the code. I know I said I wasn't going to talk about it, but now I got to talk about it. There was some issues with the code and how the packages that I actually installed weren't functioning, and then the code that was inside the code wasn't functioning. And I legit was trying to figure out ways into which I could fix it. And it just was being stupid the entire time. So I didn't figure it out until a couple of days later. But I just was dumbfounded. I couldn't figure it out. Yeah, that's 4.5-inch sized hail. That's a lot. That's also baseball sized hail there, too. There's a new tornado warning. And that is an extension. What? Let me do that. There we go. Life is a little better now. Life is a little better. But it's a new tornado warning, and it just is barely to the outside of gross spec. Oh, listen, I'm never forgetting you guys. Oh, maybe specific people in some instances, because as I said, my memory is terrible. But I will always have YouTube. I will always be on YouTube, actually, more than likely. But as I said, this is going to be crazy. It's a pretty big supercell. So there's the new tornado warning. Just barely to the outside of gross spec. That's the new warning. But limestone is in the new warning. So if you are in Mart, if you are in Riesel, if you're in Otto, if you're in Ben-Hur, and Thornton, need to get indoors. You need to stay away from windows. This thing does have some pretty good rotation. It is recycling. But, I mean, this thing has produced some massive hail. I wonder if I can find some more videos. I wonder. That is a massive hailstone in China Spring. Oh my gosh. Look at that real quickly there, chat. That is... They're palming the hailstone. And that is from Ginger Z. That is unbelievable. That is pretty funny, though. I'm not gonna lie. What official NWS Tornado Pre-Raider on Twitter said. That is pretty funny. All right. Enough with that. Can the solar storm hitting us these past few days and tomorrow affect the weather on Earth? Unlikely, but man, has that put out an amazing aurora though. Saw it on Sunday, which, as I said, Sunday. If you don't know, Sunday was my birthday, and seeing that on my birthday was like I could not believe what I saw. I really could not believe that I was seeing an aurora. And that's the type of stuff that was on my bucket list. Now, my updated bucket list is, all right, now get under an aurora. I've seen an aurora. Now I need to get under one. So, but what? Yeah, that is a grapefruit. That's some crazy hail, Austin. Do that. Oh yeah, I'll tell you what. My 21st birthday is going to be a birthday that I will probably never forget because of it. I remember going outside, going on top of a mountain, being scared half to death, and coming down after being all disappointed because I saw the aurora, but my camera was just not working, my DSLR, and then got to a field and my phone worked. I was super amazed. Hillsboro's gonna get slammed here. If you live in Hillsboro, you probably should watch out. Walnut Springs got slammed by hail. Has anything been happening in Florida? Not really. Storms are starting to kind of form over there. Again. Nothing much, Zane. By the way, Zane, I gotta say, I'm not sure if you saw, but you getting that coal tornado the other week, that was some good quality. Can't curse, but good quality. Fill in the blank. Alright. Quality. That was actually quality. So, congratulations on that. But yeah, Hillsboro's getting the stuff. Does the storm need to consider the following? Yes, always. It was, Gabby? Wow. That's pretty cool. Now I know three different people that have my birthday as well. I think. Oh yeah, for sure, Zane. Yeah, that cell that was over near Center City and Gulfweight, yeah, it's done. Now just a hailer again. Or at least I should say it's a hail. Wait, is it even a hailer again? Looks like the severe warning got dropped on it. Yeah, the storm, I think, split. I mean, regardless, was trying to do stuff. Go back to Dallas, Fort Worth. Storm in Cranfield's Gap. Doesn't look like it's too much. What about the cell in Mart? Heading to Ben-Hur. So it's going east and then it's trying to truck again, southeast. So Grospec, if you're in Grospec, I would probably get indoors and stay away from windows. Fort Worth update, Fort Worth is going to be fine. Fort Worth, you're just getting scattered showers and thunderstorms, realistically. It's not anything significant. You're good. So look at the pictures of the Aurora Borealis in Pasagosa Springs, Colorado. It almost looks fake. I'm not sure if I can because I'm pretty sure a lot of those people are trying to license that footage. And I, once again, similar to kind of tornado footage, I do not want. Yeah. Came down around him. Thought it looked like the beam me up Scotty. That's what I was saying to my friends, Judith. I actually was saying that to Morgan when I was on the call with him because he was actually trying to see the aurora too. He didn't see a whole lot, if anything. But yeah. Could it change, or are we clear for the rest of the night? Realistically, I think you guys are pretty much clear. You can thank the storms that were from this morning. Storms from this morning actually prevented a lot of this stuff from happening up near you guys. So you could thank those storms for actually being pushed a little bit further to your south. Overcast is starting here in Florida as well as darkened clouds. Well, I mean, it is starting to become dusk. I'm looking outside my window and I can see it's it's starting to get a little dusk. A little dark. A little dark. So this is in Texas where we're looking at. Oh, off stream. Yeah, I definitely will. Yeah, the love-hate relationship with morning convection. Indeed, indeed. It looks like the cell that's over near Clifton or approaching Clifton that's past Cranfield's Gap. Looks like that's starting to kind of gust out. It might just be me, though. Might just be me, though. Alright, we did that. That is now fixed. New mesoscale discussion. Oh, crap. Possible kidnapping? I follow, some crazy stuff out of Los Angeles. Apparently there might be a possible arrest for kidnapping down there. That's kind of crazy. Wow. Hmm. Alright, what was the one thing that I wanted to do? That's what it was. Thank you. Mesoscale discussions. Large damaging hail with some potential for tornadoes will continue with a supercellar 2 east-southeast of Waco through 8 to 9 p.m., while the risk for damaging winds perhaps become more prominent with the storms now approaching Waco from the west. A gradual increase in vigorous convective development continues northwest of Waco toward the Brownwood area, increasingly above a southward advancing cold front, with convection also increasing ahead of this activity above outflow generated by a sustained discrete supercell now propagating east of Waco. The discrete supercell is still being supported by a focused area of enhanced low-level warm advection along a warm frontal zone and may be maintained with additional supercell or 2 possible south, though southeast of the Corsicana vicinity, or through southeast of the Corsicana vicinity through 1 to 2Z. Otherwise, stronger convective development to the west will probably continue to consolidate and organize into the early evening, aided by moderate east-southeasterly inflow characterized by a large cape in the presence of strong deep layer shear. The large damaging hail threat may begin to subside, but the risk for strong surface gusts seem likely to increase. So what it's saying is it's pretty localized. Give me a second here. Boom. Mart, Texas is strong. Yeah, right now, I mean, probably some extraordinarily large hail moving through that area right now, right? There is some broad rotation with that storm, but it looks like it's starting to gust out. Just a little bit, at least. What if we go over to Central Texas' radar? Might be able to see something with it. There's also some other thunderstorms forming out in front, too. Which is kind of interesting. Gone for about 45 minutes. Have you missed anything? 4.5-inch sized hail, but other than that, pretty good. There's nothing really much has happened besides hail. Couple of tornado warnings. It doesn't look like there's a tornado on the ground in Ben-Hur and Otto, but it looks like the storm is starting to move into the Groesbeck area. So, as I said, Groesbeck, probably a good idea to get indoors and stay away from windows, because you got a storm that has had a history of 4.5-inch sized hail. Someone said check Florida. Yeah, there's quite a lot of storms that are in Florida right now, aren't there? What if we get 2 more radars up and running? Let's go with Tampa, Jacksonville, Melbourne. Melbourne. That cell in Indian River County near Sebastian and Vero Beach is pretty whack. Tell you what. Let's go back to Tampa, Ava, Bay Lake. Nothing tornadic over there, but a lot of spotty hail with those storms. And then we'll go to Jacksonville's radar, and you can see that storm over there that went near Ocala. Wow. Significant hail that went near Ocala. I mean, that is some very large hail. Wow. Golf ball sized hail in Ocala. Wow. Yeah, it had a hail spike right there. Look at that. See that from CC? A 3-body scatter spike, or TBS. Wow. Anything specific limiting tornado potential today? Yeah, not enough low-level veering. Well, not low-level veering. Low-level shear. The veering is there, the intensity is not. But that is an intense storm that's moving northwest, or northeast. This might be a left split. It is a left split. Wow. Hold up. Let's see if I can, hold up. Let's stop that. Let's pull this to 12 frames, and let's run it. Yeah, I had to go on hiatus for a little bit, Shell, but I'm fine. I'm expected to be a lot more active in May, even if it's for not so strong severe weather events. I'm probably going to be streaming. If it's a 5% tornado risk, it probably will be streamed on this channel in May. Probably. Yeah, that is a left split. Notice how quickly it accelerated after it split. So this was the main core, it slowed, and then it picked right up. And notice how much hail came with it too. There's a lot of hail. Some significantly large hail. So if you know anyone that lives in Florida, with the exception of the Panhandle, you probably should tell them to watch out for some severe weather. Probably should. There is a lot of showers and thunderstorms. Still a damage threat, destructive. 18 miles north of Clifton. Should be over here. would be that cell near Walnut Springs. But it looks to me like it died heading to Hillsboro. So I think the only cell that really is of notice is the one that was in Bosque, or southern Bosque County, approaching Clifton and Valley Mills. That's what I'm guessing. Now listen here, Tornado Clips. I knew it. I knew what it could do. I really did. All right, but like not to that extent. But I knew what it could do. All right. I just needed a day away. I needed a week or a week and a half away from YouTube. I just wanted to hang out with my friends and talk weather with them. And one of that included a significant event. There's a reason why the big YouTubers now that do weather don't post as much anymore. You want to know why? Because they're tired of it half the time. All right? The only time they're willing to show their face is when there is weather. They don't want to post videos. And when they do, it's usually for the significant stuff. But yeah, I just needed to get away. I just needed to get away. I don't know what solo that was supposed to be, but need to consider the following. How long will the Florida storms last? Probably another few hours. Let's see. I am curious. I'm curious myself. So let us take a look. It's in a book. The Reading Rainbow. Time to go to Florida. That's an embedded supercell. I knew I should have picked Beaumont, Texas for my tornado track. Storm should last, I'd say, until about 10 to 11. 10 o'clock in Florida. The storm needs to consider the others are spinning. Vince is getting hit with tennis balls. Why is he in the storm, Forehead? That is not how you get unblocked by him on Twitter. Why are you in the storm, Forehead? That's the dark humor a little bit for me. It's like when someone gets stuck in a dirt road. Can't park there, Forehead. Can't do that. It's not good for you. And I can laugh at that because I was stuck in a dirt road. So if you don't learn how to laugh, you need to consider. Yeah, I'd say I'm doing all right. Yeah, Vince is getting pelted. Brandon Kopic has some stuff on his windshield. I have no idea what Brad Arnold is looking at. And Brett Adair is considering the following. You guys mind? Give me a second. All right, consider the following. That was a consider the following moment. Speaking of considering the following, Waco's considering the following again. I'm going to take a slice of this storm that's over here near Clifton. I'm going to take a slice. It seems that tornado warning is now no longer in effect, so that's the good news. It's only one tornado warning now. Oof. That is some very large hail. Oof. Oh, that is some tremendously large hail. What I'm seeing here, guys, is an updraft right there. So rain gets pulled up once again. KDP shows the moisture coming up within it, right about there. So rain being pulled up by the updraft. That's the main consistency, but it looks like there is some hail right there. And if you go to the correlation coefficient, I missed it. There's hail right there, which that makes sense if that's hail. But over here to the left, This looks like hail too, which is the reason why correlation coefficient is spiking here. So that might be wet hail. It might be really wet hail. I mean, this is some significantly large hail too. Look at how high it goes up too. Look at that. Hold up. Let's see if I can position it correctly. No, I cannot. Let us do that. That's it right there. That is it right there. Significant hail. All this in this area right here is probably baseballs. Especially right here. So now where would this be specifically? This would be south of Meridian, north of the bend. Clifton. Clifton. What? I was about to say, I need to remove my marker. This is the stupidest thing I've seen all day. Quarter size hail and growth spec. It'll probably get larger. Did I see the picture of the hailstone on Twitter? I did. Or I've seen some hailstones. New tour watch? Really? They did issue a new tornado watch. It says a few tornadoes possible. Yeah, no thank you. That's until 6Z. Yeah, no thank you. No offense, but I'm probably not. What? No way. Twitter. Twitter is weird, man. Anyways, I'm probably not going to stay up until the end of the new tornado watch. 50-20 probs? Yeah, no thanks. No thanks. So much for the game, by the way, chat. Someone else in the chat spoiled the game. But it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, there's the new tornado watch. There it is. More like 30-20. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Just everything on a line ever. There's like a supercell on the HRRR that merges. Which doesn't make any sense. It's alright. Oh well. It is what it is. Central Texas. Not that one. We want that one. Yeah, Waco's gonna consider the following again. I wonder. Alright. I doubt they do. Yeah, I told you I doubt they do. I was wondering if the camera was moved, but it wasn't. So, I mean, figures. Never mind, they're moving the camera. Oh my gosh. There's the other camera. That's some pretty whack inflow streaming into that storm too. That is a new severe thunderstorm warning for Lampasas and Coriel. Those two counties. There's a new tornado warning for what? I don't know. Extension.
Tornado warning for Limestone County in central Texas.
What? What? Stanley Cup playoff predictions? My bracket says Leafs and Oilers in the cup. Canada will win a cup this year. Otherwise, I don't care as long as the Jackets get Bedard, because that's what I need. We need Bedard. Yeah, that is a huge tornado warning. A huge one. Yeah, there's the new tornado warning. It encompasses almost the entire county. Actually, I take it back. It doesn't. Limestone County is pretty large because you have the northern side, which is basically Mahia, Coolidge, Prairie Hill, and Wortham. Although Wortham's in Freestone County, but yeah, is there any reason why this tornado warning needs to be this huge? I don't know. I wonder if they know where this storm is going. Because I feel like they just issued a tornado warning just to issue one for Mahia. There you go. All right, we got that camera back up again. I'll look back on Twitter to see if I can find anything. Oh, and same thing for sports for the person who asked. Although if you didn't ask, then oh well. Baltimore Ravens need DeAndre Hopkins. True facts. All right, there you go. That is it. It is done. Oh, that is crazy. Also scared the crap out of me. What? Oh my gosh. All right. We'll bring in Morgan. We'll bring in Morgan.
Hola.
Now he immediately needs to go because he's sick.
Yeah, General Grievous over here. I need to close my door. Oh, hold up. Put my headphones, and I'm gonna need my desk because I can.
Actually, do you even want to be shown on stream? Morgan, do you even want to be shown on stream?
Really? You're doing the Streamlabs thingy-mabobber again?
Hey,
I wasn't gonna object, but you know, I only figured that at this point I was gonna join in voice.
well then you can join in voice. Go sit over there. Think about what you did.
I don't think everybody needs to watch me cough.
That's true. It is very true.
And drink my lemonade in peace.
What's the name of this radar app? GR2 Analyst. Gibson Ridge 2 Analyst.
Hi, chat. Yeah, apologies for not being here all day, but doctor's appointments happen, and then I wanted to sleep because my nose and my throat and my eyes hurt. And, you know, and now the only thing that hurts is my nose, so.
Wow.
Waco needs to stop getting oofed. They're about to get oofed for a second time.
That's true.
And can you give me just invalid reasoning for why that is still tornado warned?
I cannot give you a reason as to why it's as large. The only reason I can assume...
Yeah, tornado warning is larger than the forward flank.
The only reason I can assume is because it has some form of rotation with height, so I guess they're just like pinning the tail on the donkey, or in this instance, pinning the tail on the radar. That's essentially my guess. Otherwise, I don't know.
Will I do a tux reveal later? That's tomorrow. Or maybe I will tweet it out. We shall see.
Good meme material.
I'll save the self promo for at the end of the stream.
Good meme material. Morgan Jorgen Forgan has considered the following on your...
There's no CC on Thornton. It's all hail.
Yeah, there is
all
no
hail and or inflow.
There is no tornadoes as of right now, nor do they look likely as of this moment.
I present to you upscale growth.
Not quite yet. It'll be in a couple minutes because there's a bunch of storms that are out in front of it that's going to merge with it. Unless if they just do the funny. Yeah, that's essentially it. You can also see, by the way, all right, so the other storms that are north of this line right here, they are not tornadic. There is an outflow boundary that is existing, which means warm moisture cannot get into the storms, which means everything is linear, with the exception of Groesbeck and Thornton, although it still looks kind of linear anyways, so. Is it normal for a storm to go southeast like that? Yeah, sure. Storms
in this area of the United States, it's very frequent.
Usually as long as it goes, you know, east in some direction, it's fine. Usually.
Okay, maybe I advised Riley incorrectly. I told him to chase Friday. Maybe that's not the right call.
Maybe not.
It's very... This sheer isn't great. It's not great. There's enough cap they might get sculpted storms, though. That'd be pretty cool.
True. What?
Does Morgan know about Brad the Florida driver? I I am out of the loop today, so I don't know if there's anything new that has come up. Why is their damage threat considerable in Florida?
Hey Morgan, can you no, I can't. You can't do that. Actually, now that I
That
think
is a
about it.
left mover. That is moving northeast.
What in the world?
What were you gonna have me do?
Nothing, because you wouldn't be able to do anything about it.
Okay.
I was gonna listen to a video and I was gonna say, "Hey Morgan, can you take over?" But then I realized that I haven't set up
No.
my Streamlabs to do that. It's not that I can't do it.
I also sound like death incarnate, so I don't think you want me doing much for you, right? I sound like you did on March 31st.
That is true. Ah.
You know, there's some cool looking storms by Melbourne, but then I go to the vertical wind profile and I see 3 knots of 0 to 1 kilometer shear.
Yeah.
So, you know, I don't think, you know, that is gonna really do much of anything.
Yeah,
for 'em.
that's right, chat. I forgot. Yeah, Morgan. I'm pretty sure Brad Arnold was like going 100 to 120 earlier. Like,
I'm sorry, what?
my guy legit zoomed down to the other tornado warning. So he was originally over in like Meridian for like another tornado warning, and he was like chasing that storm. And then I kid you not, like a full 30 minutes later, when there was like a reported funnel cloud, my guy zoomed down and caught up with the storm as it was approaching
y'all.
Waco.
So I'm gonna chase for Nate next year when I'm in Oklahoma,
Gosh.
but I guarantee you that I will not do that. Just on the record, not doing that.
And let's put it this way, I speed when I chase too. But I mean, that's like Sanic speed. That's Sanic speed right there.
There's speed, and then there's speeding, and then there's really, and then there's you're breaking the law and could kill somebody.
That's what I was saying. I was saying that's illegal. You can't do that. 2 minutes. You can't do that.
Bench miner.
The bench miner. 2 minutes for interference. Sportsmanlike conduct, or what else would be? Spearing. He was spearing the tornado. But yeah, I'm pretty sure my guy was going fast as all get out.
Yeah, I am surprised Morgan hasn't mentioned 3 to 1. Job's not done yet. They're up by 10 at the half. Job not done yet. Oh, they started playing again.
So now it's the third?
Yes. Donovan Mitchell is not doing okay. Well, you know, Evan Mobley's going to continue to do things, I suppose.
You suppose?
Isaac Okoro is the Cavs' leading scorer through 2 quarters. Mitchell literally got benched, too, by the way, in the second quarter because he was shooting so poorly.
Man, there are so many storms that are forming. Caught like 11 tornadoes on the 31st. Petro just does things.
I swear he teleports. Oh, lead, top in, and he slams it home.
By the way, here's your storm that's approaching Waco. If you guys would like to consider. It definitely looks like a shelf cloud's developing there. Some form of nastiness.
Oh, Donovan Mitchell is hurt. Donovan Mitchell is down. He has not moved. And now he's moving. Oh. So, hey Nate, you know, like at the base of the hoops, there's the advertising padding, like
Mm-hmm.
behind the net, basically, where you
Mhm.
start up on the drives. Donovan Mitchell slammed his head into that on a collision.
Ouch.
So maybe not the best play. So one trend that I noticed from the stream today is that you were enjoying that Waco camera that you've been using all stream.
Oh yeah.
I saw you using it for the tornado warning earlier. and I was
Ethan
like,
called
okay,
Fox
that's a
44 to
walkout.
move the camera.
Did he? What? Are you at? Is that legit? Or-
The camera was looking east, and I'm like, man, wouldn't it be great for us to actually look off to see these storms? And I'm like, and then I threw it out there, just like, you know, if someone could call Fox 44 and say, hey, they got a camera in Woodway that they can move, that'd be great. And Ethan legit did it. And he called them, and
that
that's
on
funny.
a list of stuff that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make any sense.
That's amazing. But I'll tell you what, it was goated. Because I'm pretty sure they forgot that that camera existed. Even Riley, you said the exact same thing that I said as soon as I realized it was Ethan.
Oh, hi, Riley Bell. Good to see you.
They zoomed. Why are they finally zooming it? They didn't know how to zoom in with this camera. Oh my gosh. I'm sick. Give me controls of the camera. I'll be able to figure it out.
Dude, I know how to manage a PTZ camera. Like, give me the controls so I can
That's a heck of a
sit
shelf
back and
cloud,
be
though.
General Grievous.
That's true. General Grievous would look at cameras. A fine addition to my collection.
Donovan Mitchell might actually hurt himself at this rate. What
That
is he
is-
doing?
That is me whenever I see a new camera and I add it to the map. A fine addition to my collection. Oh, the camera turned black. Oh boy. There
Really?
we go. Shelfing again. Yeah, Waco might have a fun time here in a bit. Yeah, that Grossbeck cell and Thornton cell is not doing a whole lot. Is there anything for Stephenville, Texas? That's a good question. Let me look that up. That is a good question. Listen, all I gotta say is I love having this camera map that I have created because I've done so much more stuff in regards to digital storm chasing than I ever thought I would be able to do. And yet here I am.
Oh, wow.
Oh wait, Stephenville's all the way over there, right? Yeah, Stephenville's good. They got a thunderstorm at the moment, but other than that, they're not really doing a whole lot. You guys are good. There was a lot of large hail in Stephenville earlier, though. I will say that. So, I mean, if you want to check to see if they got any damage over there, you can. But other than that, I mean, it's not really much. Yeah, this is a heck of a shelf here, guys. This is a shelf cloud. This is a shelf.
That's in reaction to both the shelf and the step back two that Josh Hart just had.
Is there anything going to be bad in San Antonio and Austin? There might be some lingering showers and thunderstorms, and there actually is a thunderstorm that's heading in your all's general direction, but San Antonio, I don't think so. They're not in the tornado watch. Austin, they are in the tornado watch. Yeah, Tristan is in the chat. GG. Chat, can we talk about this contrast real quickly between the shelf cloud and the actual precipitation behind it? Like, you have as white as can be, and then you have green. I mean, my goodness. Need your opinion, what's better for a casual party, chicken or fish? Probably chicken, right, Morgan?
Yes, I would figure.
Because fish, I mean, there's so many different
People
types
can
of
be very
fish.
picky about fish.
Yeah, there's so many different types of fish. Oh my gosh, look at how green it is. Look at how green it is, chat. Oh my goodness. That is a wall. Oh, this is actually really cool. When does this tornado warning expire? 7:45. So in 15 minutes. That's nice. Yeah, look at this wall here, chat. Oh my goodness. Look at this. That's green. It's green. That almost doesn't look real. That's... Oh my gosh. So live look at Western Waco, Texas, to where a pretty significant storm is moving through the area, and my goodness. Alright, now it doesn't look as green as it once was. I mean, it is crazy. It's going good, PS. It's going good. Mind telling us what color is that? Well, now it's kind of grayish. It was green. It was green. Now it's not green anymore. Yeah, thanks for congratulating me on getting my voice back. I really do appreciate that. bottom part of our screen. I'm pretty sure those are birds, but they look like they were flying like how fish swim in the ocean.
Check CC
Check CC of what?
to see if it's birds.
Like I can do that.
Uh-huh.
Listen, you're right next to a thunderstorm. That ain't gonna work. They're not high enough. They need to be high as a kite.
Caw, caw, caw.
Of a bird.
Speaking of that storm just got choked because of cell mergers.
What, the Grossbeck and Thornton cell?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah,
What is that?
it's not having a great time.
Tornado warning will continue.
Why? Oh my... It looks like
For another 13 minutes.
3D the birds. Is this another goose thing that we're doing now? 3D the goose?
This is a bird emergency for Thornton. Or not Thornton, Waco.
Oh my gosh. I need to consider the following.
I think you've been considering the following by streaming this to begin with, frankly.
Well, I've decided, Morgan, that I am going to make my life not the greatest. In May, at least. You want to know why?
Oh.
I have decided that the only way to grow this channel is if we do more live streams, or if I do more live streams. So, the plan is, I am going back to my roots. Every 5%, I'm going to try to stream in May.
I'll help with as many as I can, but no promises.
Oh, also, chat, by the way, chat, I gotta say this. So, tomorrow I'm gonna be live streaming, but I'm not gonna be live streaming on this channel. I'm gonna be live streaming on another channel, with Morgan, of course, because, you know, that's just how it is. We're gonna be live streaming the NFL draft tomorrow. So if you're not into sports, you can, you know, ignore what I've just said, but I'm going to pull up my other account.
I have to make sure my schedule's clear for tomorrow. Goodness.
Hey.
Oh, a Steele Brunson into the paint and he slams it home. 14-point lead. As there's a fire truck near my house. Nate, yes.
What? I need to find this thing.
Thing?
Oh, wow, it's still up. That's pretty cool. All right. This account right here. If you want to go watch, feel free to do so. We've already done a live stream because we were streaming the New York Knicks and the Cleveland Cavaliers game 3. and it was pretty funny. Oh my gosh, Morgan. And we're probably going to be doing more streams like that to watch Morgan die. Inside, at least.
Yeah, well, Nate and I have decided that we need a lot more of my moments recorded. So we're thinking one of the best ways to do that is by doing a stream of it.
Yeah. So anyways, go subscribe to that channel. And we'll be doing a live stream of the NFL draft, and then Morgan's also going to be complaining about the Rangers game in the background as well if he does stream.
Oh boy, that I'm also going to probably be complaining about who we pick at 25.
Hey, all I gotta say is as long as the Ravens get DeAndre Hopkins, I'm okay.
Dude, your expectations are too high.
You're right,
I'm
they
sorry,
are.
but you've already got a borderline wide receiver 1.
We need more.
Lamar's not saying more than a year anyway.
Well, Lamar's, according to sources, said that he's very pleased with the fact that the Ravens got back. So who knows?
What? He's pleased with the fact that Sammy Watkins is not his wide receiver 1 anymore?
Yeah, I would say so.
Wow.
But anyways, I would think that in order for us to get DeAndre Hopkins, we probably would need Lamar to sign the extension first. But, I mean, who knows? Who knows? New severe thunderstorm warning for the tornado warren cell.
It's Mahover.
Mahover. Two-inch size hail in Ocala, Florida.
What? That's linear.
Oh, and by
Okay.
the way, with that channel, we are unfiltered, which means viewers' discretion is advised.
Viewers' discretion is advised. Nate and I do not say I will not curse, I will not curse, I will not curse at the beginning of those streams. So just
Yes.
fair warning.
So if you're okay with stuff like that and you want to hang out, feel free to do so. Because realistically, it kind of is almost like a hangout place. We're all just kind of hanging out and just...
We're very lax there.
Yeah. Unless if bad stuff happens to us, then we're considering. Oh, the Ravens fan base is so funny.
Mitchell. Osman. Mitchell. Deep 3. He missed entirely. That's a foul. Great job, Donovan Mitchell.
Morgan, is this true? What I just sent you in your DMs? How's the process of that gaming channel going? Hey, Morgan.
That I wouldn't say they just can't hit shots. Their effort is good, but they can't hit shots.
Morgan.
It's 82-65 late in the third quarter. Like, there's no excuse for that. Now 83-65. What?
How's the process on the gaming channel that we have?
The gaming channel? I mean... At this point, we should kind of just morph Sportsbound into an everything channel.
Should we, though?
Unless we want to have separate entities in that regard.
I mean, that is true.
Brunson. Getting it right. Barrett driving in. Hart. Deep 3 air ball. Great job.
Yeah, I think this tornado warning is going to die here in a bit, which means there's a good chance that we could die here in a bit as long as the storms in Waco don't do anything. Ha! Riley, that's pretty funny.
No. I'm not.
Why not, Morgan?
Oh, he stepped out of bounds.
Hey, there's a pursuit in LA right now.
Oh, no.
Another police pursuit. Let's see if
Oh,
it lasts
no.
long enough for me to watch it. And I'll actually send you guys the link if you want to watch it too. That seems to be my pastime. If ever I get a notification that there's a police pursuit
Daytona
in LA.
500.
Yeah, exactly. Except it's kind of like real-time cops. Huh, bad boys, what you gonna do? The Chicago White Sox are useless. Well, there's that
All right,
storm that's heading
85
into Austin.
85-70, 2 minutes to go in the third.
There's that storm that's heading into Austin. Just got severe warned. So watch out for that left-moving storm that's probably going to produce a butt ton of hail. Hey, we'll see. Let's put it this way, all right? If you want the link to the sports channel that we're going to have, as I said, viewers' discretion is advised. You can go in there.
You have been warned.
You have been warned. Otherwise, the link for the police pursuit is not up yet. We'll have to see how long the actual pursuit lasts for.
Really?
Do you think this was a bust? No real strong tornadoes, if any at all? I mean,
It was a conditional threat.
it was a very conditional threat. So as long as you understood what the threat was.
Frankly, and this is the one, thing that I do have with the last few risks. What day was Cole?
Just say the cold day.
Cole. Whatever day that was.
The day you slept through the entire way.
Yes. Because that was when I was painfully tired. That was the night after I completed my English project at 4 a.m. See, I don't have issues with the SPC going either 5 or 10 sig, but there's got to be consistency, and I feel like on the cold day, once they observed that something was going on, they should have just immediately 10 sigged it given the parameter space. But it's not a huge thing. It was very hard to tell from far out that the cold day was going to do what it did. But I just think there should be a little bit more consistency there is all.
Are we really doing a gaming channel? If so, what is it? We haven't really
Tornado warning is expired.
Yeah, that is the W. We haven't really made the most of it. It was kind of similar to the sports channel that we had. We just haven't really been able to just do stuff. We've been pushing it back more and more. So yeah.
Oh, really? All right, Mitchell makes it. Now it's a 10-point game. Can we not? Oh.
What?
Wow. Shot clock is off. Levert gets it to Mitchell, who's double teamed. Back to Levert. Levert puts it down low. Mobley puts it up and in, but after the clock expired. So 87-75, we will go to the fourth quarter.
GG. This little cell over here near Bruceville and Eddie really tried to do something over the past few minutes, but little do they know that this thing only hit a little bit of vorticity on the outflow boundary. It will die here in a second. Pop my fingers. What do I think is the best antivirus for a 50-year? What?
What?
What? I don't know. I'm not very educated. Whether that's the medical field or the
I'm sorry, what?
whether that's the medical field or whether that is the NordVPN type whatever. Not educated enough to know. Kings or Warriors? I got the Kings, but or at least I got in the beginning the Kings. Then Sabonis had to be a bonehead, and so I'm starting to slowly lean towards the Warriors. But then I know that if the Warriors win, they're going to probably win the whole thing. So
No, I'm not.
why you say no?
Because the Knicks own that fraudulent team.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, realistically,
What's up, Jamie?
the Knicks are probably going to play the Heat in round 2. Do you think, honest to goodness, that the Heat outmatched the Knicks?
I think they are on par with the Knicks. I'm not saying it's the same skill, though, because you can put your skill set into different aspects of the game. The Knicks are relatively defensive, and the Heat are relatively offensive. Now, if you're going to tell me that they're shooting from 3 this entire season has been abysmal, you'd be correct, except for the fact that this is the playoffs, and that you'd have to consider the fact that almost the entire team,
Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, almost their entire team is shooting 50 or even higher from 3. So
Kevin Love also owns our poverty franchise, so I'm not really excited for that. But
Riley, oh my God, Riley, that's not okay. Riley, that's not okay. Riley, that's not okay.
First, we had Jared becoming a financial advisor. Now Nate's a tech support.
Morgan, you don't understand the joke.
No, I don't understand because I'm watching Donovan Mitchell shoot a fadeaway to cut the lead to 10.
How's Lufkin looking tonight? They're probably going to get some stuff shy of midnight, so I'd probably watch out. But otherwise, I don't see them getting a whole lot. I really don't. Riley, that is not okay.
Oh, no. Oh no.
Oh no.
Julius Randle just came out of the locker room in street clothes. It's Mahover.
This might be the best thing that'll happen for you.
He was driving this game, though.
Beep,
And we
beep.
still can't shoot free throws.
Excuse me. What is that? I need to fix my face cam thing. Hold up. Let's move it. There we go. What is this polygon here, chat? What is the purpose of this said polygon?
What polygon?
This one.
You know, Nate, this is the equivalent of saying, this is the equivalent of your mother saying this much water on a phone call to you. So I need a little bit more description.
All right. This is the description. The furthest westernmost severe thunderstorm warning.
Which one? There's two.
No. Zoom in.
No, there's not two. What is that?
Yeah, it was fine.
Okay. What? No. No, no, no. That is side lobe. Go away.
uh,
Oh,
You'll be
this
fine,
is
Farin.
insane ball movement by Cleveland, and now
You'll
it's an
be fine.
8-point game. We really need to not be doing this. Time
Are
out
you
in the
down
game.
by 8?
No, we're up by 8, but we were up by 16 only 4 minutes ago.
Is the hail goose egg size? No, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Massachusetts. You mean it looks like Massachusetts? You look like Massachusetts. Bap, 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 bap. Dun, 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 dun. I like what YouTube has done with the different colored names and stuff like that. I know it's been here for a while, but I like what they've done with it. I think it's pretty cool. It's a nice touch. You know what I mean? Or at least I think it's a nice touch. I look like Ohio. Imagine looking like Ohio.
Ohio doesn't exist.
There's that meme. Hold up. I gotta show you guys. Because you know me. I gotta have a little teeny bit of fun.
Nate Snyder,
Where
wide
is-
receiver, the Ohio State University.
Where is... There it is. All right. Open image in a new tab. So this was a this person tried to draw up, he tried to guess which state was which in the United States, and he was from Germany. So this was his, this was, his guess. This was his idea.
Wyoming also doesn't exist.
Yeah, he called Wyoming square.
It is a square.
Let you guys look over it a little bit. Some of these are pretty funny. Consider the following. Yeah, I crave cereal.
Why are we letting Cleveland back into this game?
We also have 4 Kansases.
Kansai?
Kansai? Is that what that is?
Kansai. Yeah. Oh, a 3 from Quickly, and it's good. He says, no, sir. Yeah, y'all in Rocket Mortgage need to sit down. But yeah, plural of Kansas, in my opinion, would be Kansai, and that's an illegal screen.
Yeah, I gotta say my favorites off of this map has gotta be Colorado fitting New Jersey, New Mexico, and New York in the same spot, right? We also have this shape just screams Alabama and Arizona, which he's not far off with the first letter with the abbreviation, but other than that. We also have West George. We also have George. We have which is nice. We have Minnesota, and then he's just like, wait a second, what is that? Of course, I Crave Cereal is pretty nice. And then we have...
Oh, no.
The beep is going on here. Those are pretty nice. Square is also really nice. And then you also, you know, seeing Ohio as... What? How many different states is this? So what? 5, 9 different states is probably Ohio.
Are you counting Oreo in that?
No, I'm not counting Oreo. I feel like California,
Day 1
Florida.
enhanced!
For hail? Yes. And wind.
Okay, good.
Florida enhanced has been dropped.
They dropped the 10.
Yes, it's now a 5.
Cool.
So it's now 30 hail, 30 wind. But yeah, I
Get the rebound.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8. But yeah, had to show that to y'all. Had to show that to y'all. All right, back to the weather coverage. Storm in Austin's considering the following, so that's not doing a whole lot. There's a storm north of Killeen. You know what? You know what, chat? It's time to see if they're going to move the Killeen camera. We pray.
Okay, suddenly my
No,
basketball
they are
team
not.
can hit free throws.
Unfortunate. If they can move that Killeen camera around, that would be great too. But, you know.
Is this an elementary school map project? Maybe.
No, someone from Germany actually tried their best to do that.
I want to imagine that's what it was.
It was pretty funny. Oh, 100% Raya. 100%. Even though I've been to Germany before, I would probably still not be able to do it. No, thank you.
Oof.
Oh, Trey Mancini seems to be doing really well in Chicago. Although when you have
The Mets
short
are losing again.
when you have a short porch over there, it makes sense. But
I'm just gonna be an Orioles fan full time now.
it's nice to see. Nice to see, Morgan. Would you like me to get you a jersey? Would you like the purple one?
Should get a James McCann jersey.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I wouldn't want to put myself. Although James McCann's been playing really well for us. Not gonna lie. He hasn't grounded us into as many double plays as I thought. Only been like 1 or 2. We have the Rock and the Mountain as our pitching tandem as well. Riley told Mike to go tell Ethan to call the people who run the Killeen camera. I'm pretty sure this is Fox 44 as well. So they'd have to
Call
consider.
JG Wentworth 877 cash now.
Consider the following.
Oh, hard alley-oop. Robinson slams it home. It's a 12-point game.
Yeah, realistically here, guys, there's not really a whole lot left to talk about with this. I mean, it's just producing large hail. I will say, probably after this storm, we might stay on here for another 45 minutes. And the only reason why I say that is because there's a damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Killeen, and that storm is eventually heading towards Temple, right? So once that passes Temple, then we're probably gonna go to bed. Probably. Otherwise, I would probably be off by now. True facts. Wow, I know how to spell. Wow. What? Morgan, what is that?
O'Reilly Bell Classic. No, you're not. No, you're not.
What's my outlook for Round Rock? Round Rock might get some scattered showers and thunderstorms later on tonight. But other than that, I mean, they're not. I'd say just large hail. Large hail is what I would be thinking for him. I'm not expecting them to do too much. Yeah, a lot of this is elevated. Look at the Florida storms. Florida, Lake Wales. Why is every single storm known to man going in the opposite direction? They are going backwards. Any hail for Gatesville? That's a good question. Let's take a look. Gatesville is where?
Harris Levert threw it over the backboard. Brunson 3, no good.
Gatesville. Oh, is over there. If you haven't seen hail already, you probably won't see it for the rest of the night. Appreciate it. Numbers can be fun. What
Wow.
about Colleen? They could potentially see some hail, but it would be the northern side of Colleen. It wouldn't be. It definitely wouldn't be the southern side. Southern side, I don't foresee them seeing, getting it. But northern side of Colleen, definitely. Maybe central Colleen. I'd have to ask my friend who lives there if he's seeing anything. But other than that, I mean, believe it or not, this camera right here is in Colleen. Right here. So this is on, actually, what is this on? I'm pretty sure this is an interstate, but my thing is wrong. It says it's on a U.S. highway. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is on Interstate 14. And then it becomes 190 after a while. So I'm pretty sure.
Wow.
This is on Interstate 14. And it's looking east. I don't know what those weird clouds are in front of us, by the way, either. But consider.
The Cavs are desperation shooting at this point, and they have not a basket in the last 4 minutes.
What's the lead now?
It is 96-84 New York, 4:24 to go in the game.
Wow. 4:24.
Randall has been out since the end of the second quarter, and they have just about maintained and or widened their lead.
That is definitely not
half.
rotating.
Whatever's on your screen is rising, Scott, and is not rotation.
Yes.
Looks cool though. All right, I'm gonna go Bully Logan.
To think that you guys would have been able to have Donovan Mitchell and Jalen Brunson on the same team too.
Yeah, well, I don't really think it's that big a deal at this point. Because we would have had to trade RJ in a lot more. And RJ's
Yeah.
holding his own.
Mm,
He's got 26 points and 8 rebounds in this game.
this game.
He's playing good ball.
What about
And
the
the last two
entire
games
season?
at MSG, okay. Well, I'm not going to make excuses. I'm just going to make the statement of he did break his finger, so I'm going to make an excuse. He broke his finger. So it hasn't been as great for him, but his 2021 season was stellar. And that was when we made the play in against the Hawks to lose in 5, but we don't talk about that season. He looks like he finally has his touch back, and he's playing with confidence, and him in a rotation with Quickly as Quickly misses the 3. Him in a rotation with Quickly and Brunson and Randall, when all are healthy, is just insane. And Josh Hart now too.
Explain what Scud is. Scud is a relevant cloud. It's not tornadic. It's just cloud. It looks scary, but it's not anything real bad.
The New York Knicks suck. Is your team playing basketball in the next 2 weeks? Like mine will be? Hey Nate, name Darius Garland mean anything to you?
Yeah.
Shooting 8 for 13. He's got 20 points tonight.
Wow, he's finally figured it out.
Yeah. Wow. Joel Robinson.
Sheesh. That's a lot of hail. It almost looks like it's snowing. This is in the Melbourne area in Florida. And this was sent in by Tony Mainolfi. Tony Mainolfi. Look at that. It looks like snow. It really does look like snow in Florida. But obviously it's not. Yeah, Florida is gonna Florida. Isn't that the truth? By the way, I'm retweeting almost everything that I find on Twitter. If you guys find anything that you want to send to me on Twitter, feel free to do so. At me, at Nate_Snyder. I'm also 5 followers away from 4,000, so I just had to throw that in there. True facts. The self-promotion is real.
Foul called on Robinson, so 2:30 left. It's 100-88.
Yeah, Morgan, why
Cavs
are
will
you
shoot two.
losing to the Nationals?
I am convinced that we have decided not to show up against poor teams. It's happened before this season, you know. And we're not going to win games that way. It's just not that's not how it works. Good teams beat the ones you're supposed to beat.
What in the world? Looks like I'll have to watch that later.
8 on the shot clock. Bunsen drives into the paint, fade away 2, no good. Rebound, Josh Hart. Barrett driving right. Puts up the 2, also no good. Rebound, Mitchell Robinson. The Knicks get the ball back for a third time on this drive. Brunson driving into the paint, and he's fouled. Got hit in the nuts.
There
There was
a
a
brief
brief tornado.
Yeah, I just retweeted that.
Uh-huh.
That's crazy.
Indeed.
What'd you miss? Not a whole lot, honestly. There's been a lot of hail. Let's go back to the full screen of Killeen. At least Central Killeen. A lot of lightning. Not a lot of lightning.
So 192. Carmelo Anthony.
Hey, Morgan. There's that. And then I kind of agree with him. I'm sure you were loosely following what the storms were looking like earlier.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, if you're in Temple, you're going to start probably seeing some spotty hail now. So consider with that. Get indoors, stay away from windows.
Can we return Tylen Walker back to the Mets for Scherzer? No, you can keep him. Enjoy that pain. Glad we don't need to deal with it anymore.
Anything in Florida? Yeah, there's some storms over there in Florida. But
Yeah, aren't there still some hailers over there?
Yeah.
Only marginally severe, though.
Yeah, they are marginally severe.
There's a reason they dropped the 30 sig.
Yeah, there's not really.
There's one on. there's one on United States Route 27 down by Lake Wales, and then there's also one up on United States Route 27 near Ocala.
Bellevue and Shady. Real some Shady, please stand up.
Kelly Clark's. If you know, you know, but if you don't, then oh well.
Yeah.
Those are some really sad kids that are wearing Cavs and 7 shirts. Huh. Brunson. And he's fouled.
Oh, and you're in Kissimmee. Okay. Yeah, fortunately the storms have been kind of avoiding you for the majority of the day. But I don't think there's going to be really a whole lot more. Or at least there shouldn't be. Alrighty, another, I don't know, 20 minutes until the storm passes Temple. So if you're in Temple, you need to watch out. Is a tornado watch in effect for the Woodlands, Texas? Can you check it for you? Yeah, sure. There isn't really going to be much that's going to happen that far south, honestly. I think it's just more of a precautionary. But I can show you the models, and I can kind of show you that this all ends up becoming one giant congealed line in about a couple hours. And this line is going to kind of shift off further south. And what usually happens in some of these instances, maybe once or twice in an instant, in an instance of an entire event, is you might get a little brief spin up within the storm somewhere within the line. So that's kind of the reason why they issued their tornado watch. As for when it'll move through the area, I'm thinking about sometime around midnight to 1 o'clock for you. So I'd watch out for it. But otherwise, I'm not really that concerned. That could just be me, though. Tour possible tag in Florida? Cantry. That's probably the tour. No, it's not. Is that the tour possible tag? It is. Jacksonville radar, what are you doing? National Weather Service, Jacksonville, go home. You're drunk. You're drunk. I do not understand. Yeah. Storms in Killeen continue to just pile
That's
drive
tour
through.
possible.
Don't look at me. I don't know. I'm going to turn the light down. Eyes slowly starting to hurt. Also, throw my hat. If my hair's a mess, my hair's a mess. But
And Nate Snyder.
you guys are advancing?
Cavs fans are leaving the building.
Oh. So they've given up, which means you're advancing.
49 seconds left. Quickly, it's his first free throw. It is 105 to 95.
Yeah, that's an ouch.
The Knicks will move on to the second round for the first time since 2013.
Not too much, Sailor.
We'll play one of the Heat or the Bucks. That's gonna be an interesting game tonight. Hey Nate,
Hmm,
you have Tampa radar up?
I do.
Can you go look at Echo Tops for me?
What? Why am I looking at it again? What is
Looking,
that?
that is a certified 3-body scatter spike classic.
Is that even a 3-body scatter spike?
It should be.
Hold up. Let's go to Melbourne's radar.
Yeah, the answer is yes. Wait, is it?
No,
Because it shows it
it's
too.
Anvil precip.
What is that?
It's Anvil precip, I'm pretty sure.
Where?
From the severe cell.
Where is it precipitating?
From the severe cell.
Okay. Where beyond 441 is there precipitating anvil precip?
Go up and tilt, forehead. Go to KMLB.
Blech.
And then go to CC to find out for yourself.
That's unfortunate. Because it looked like it was a 3-body scatter spike.
Consider.
Jalen Brunson is holding the ball. A 24-second violation. Knicks will move on to the semis.
Yeah, if you're in Temple, you probably should be indoors. Morgan, your point resort is also going to get slabbed. Because it says here on the radar, Morgan's point resort.
Oh well.
Oh, well?
Oh well. Where is that even?
Due east of Colleen. Northwest of Temple.
Of Colleen.
Yep. Morgan's Point Resort. It's gonna get the hail and the wind and
That'll be fine.
there is only one. No, there's two. But that one's probably gonna get canceled because it's moving out of the warning box. There's only two more severe thunderstorm warnings. One of them is a damage threat considerable, even though it says it's a damage threat destructive. Yawn, man.
New severe thunderstorm warning, Centerville.
Centerville? Oh, that. Yeah, that'll do it. Just a cluster of whatever. Did you see what Andrew put in chill?
No.
What? What is that? Oh my gosh.
Andrew.
You know the rules, and so do
Yeah, it's enough
I.
Discord for today.
Say goodbye. Alright. Needs coffee. Eh. My head kind of hurts. Usually it happens when I live stream for a long time. So I guess I just am not used to it. Because I haven't done it in a bit. But that's partially the reason as to why I like kind of slow down towards the end. You know the rules. That might be a merger there in Belton. You know what? We might have a little spin up south of Temple. We might. It's possible. Is the Temple camera functioning or no? My guess is probably no. Yeah, I'm going to say no. Unfortunate. We shall leave it on the Colleen camera. Is the threat over? I mean, pretty much for tornadoes. There's still going to be a lot of large hail, but realistically speaking, I mean... Oh, hail. That's what I gotta say. I gotta also do this real quickly. It is 3-3 in Boston.
Oof.
Boston scored twice this period. Maybe if the weather can consider. Whew. Some crazy lightning right here, I'll tell you what. What goes around, goes around, goes around, goes around, and back around. Tornadoes are pretty much going to bed? Yeah, I know, right? I'm sitting here for another probably 10, maybe 15 minutes. There's a storm that's merging with some other storms, and I'm like, maybe.
Nate, I need you to make sense of something for me.
Always.
I'm gonna send you a tweet here, and I want you to consider. I want you to consider this dong.
Yeah, that makes sense. 21-degree launch angle.
Yeah, he had a rope.
That was against Sandy Alcantara. Sandy Alcantara.
Chase Field laughs at your 440-foot bomb. quote unquote bomb.
Eh. I can't imagine them thinking, "Oh, that ball's a no doubter," when they just say, "Yeah," they just see, "Oh, Chase Field held that thing in." Chase Field and Comerica are the stupidest ballparks in regards to center field I had ever seen.
I was gonna say you better specify with what part of the field you're talking about.
Well,
Camden
specify.
Yards is butt cheeks.
Build a park.
Yes, build a park, literally. New mesoscale discussion. Potential for severe gusts may increase. All right, Nate, are you streaming wind gusts?
I've
They're
got
like probably 60, 70.
I've got a storm here that's doing a merger. So after this merger, I'm going to consider. But that's kind of the plan. It is indeed kind of the plan. Seems the All Man died for the night. Which makes sense. Yeah, I can't be the only one excited for the Kraken game tonight. Oh yeah, I forgot. There was the question thingy. Not gonna lie. Inbox.
Liberty Bibberty.
Libbity bibbity.
It's kind of where I'm at the moment.
Um, I think we might need to wait probably another 5 or 10 minutes. Nah, the outflow boundary's out in front of it. Looks like it'll die. Alright. If you're in Temple, you're gonna get some pretty large hail. But other than that, this event's pretty much over. It's over. What's up, Joyous?
Grizzlies are going to take game 5.
Lakers will probably finish that back in LA.
That would be my guess.
How did AD do?
That's not the right game. Box score.
Yeah, there's not really much. It's Jover, guys. It's Jover. The event's over. Well,
My God, he has 26 points and 15 rebounds. What is his team doing?
what about LeBron?
15 and 9.
Yeah, LeBron kind of flopped a little bit. What about Reeves?
Yeah, LeBron is 5 for 15 from the field and 1 for 8 from 3. That's great.
What about Reeves?
4 for 12 from the field. He's got 15 points though because free throws.
Hachimura?
9 points, 1 rebound.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the team just kind of didn't want to.
Not super accurate from the field.
And now Davis has 28 points and 16 rebounds.
I get it, Jeannie. I get it. Yeah, the event seems to be pretty much over with that. There is some hail that's moving on through in Belton, but there's not really a tornado risk, if any, as of this moment. So
wow. Bench minor for too many men on Florida. Boston will go to the power play with 3.5 to go in the game.
Game's over.
Yeah, they may have just sold it.
Well, guys, there's a nice stream here today. Nice to just kind of get feet back into things, and I just wanted to tell you guys, as I mentioned, that May is probably going to be more active because we realize here on the Nate Snyder YouTube channel that we're probably not going to grow just by streaming 10 SIGs or higher. So we're going to go back to our roots. We're going to cover every single 5 tour. We're going to consider the following. Now, I will say it's going to be more of a... I think the channel is also going to transition more into a commentary-based stream and not as much of a news stream. So I can't really say that most people are going to really think that that's super professional, but to be completely honest with you, I mean, that's not what we've really intended for this channel to ever be, nor has any other YouTube channel for that matter. And for the people who actually do that, they're just robots. So,
especially if we're doing 5s, there's going to be some instances where we're just going, okay, what are we waiting for?
right.
So, hey Nate, you want a funny?
Sure.
You want to know who's replacing Cale Makar tonight?
Cale Makar?
Yeah, he got suspended. Do you want to know who's replacing him?
Jack Johnson?
Jack Johnson!
Jackets and Rangers and Penguins and whoever else is legend.
Jackets and Rangers and Penguins, oh my.
Oh boy. Yeah, I'm excited to watch that game. Alright, well, thank you guys so much for watching. If you did enjoy the video or the live stream, please be sure to leave a like. True facts. Subscribe if you are new. Turn on notifications. Share this.
Sorry. So I was trying. I'm sorry.
My guy had a bone caught in his throat and just...
Yeah, something about that.
Subscribe if you're new. Turn on the notifications. Share this with friends and family and on social media.
Follow me on Twitter at MJFold54.
5 hours, 39 minutes, and 10 seconds into the stream. And we get a Morgan plug. If you want to see him in a tuxedo, go follow him. How many followers do I have? I have 3,997. I'm 3 away. I'm considering. Anyways, follow me on Twitter at Nate Snyder. Nate_Snyder. Go for it. Also, if you want to, follow me on Instagram or Snapchat or talk to me on Discord. I don't know.
Bro really said follow me on Snapchat.
Yeah, add me on Snapchat. True facts. Anyways, I'm considering. Morgan's been considering.
So am I. I'm gonna go beat General Grievous in peace.
You all should consider. Take luck, everyone.
Y'all enjoy your night.
Night.
And let's go Knicks.
God, I hope the Ravens get D-Hop.